I mean, imagine waking up and creating chaos in my life, hoping it'd destroy me, but instead you just launched me into my biggest winning season. Meanwhile, you're still miserable and condemned to repeat the same cycles for the rest of your pitiful existence. And how embarrassing that must be for all of those around you. I mean, I also find it funny that women think men are easy to get until they're 28 looking for a husband. And when I make my streams not about something, they usually tend to last longer and everything's not all ridiculous. Honestly, I started that stream earlier not imagining that David Schroeder was going to go fucking live and then just do the same gay shit. So if you're new here, you just got to be at the right place at the right time and you can get the weirdest photos. Absolutely love what happened to this photo. There's no filters or anything done to it. It's just the way it came out, which is fucking neat. It's fucking neat. Okay, so I'm on Facebook, and there's this post, and it was just really dumb the way it's written and everything. And I commented, transgenderism posted this. I got a response, and this is how I know you guys are retarded. Yes, men's rights rhetoric is transgender adjacent in that it seeks to steal the natural mother's role from women. Next up, chest feeding. Bitch, what the So I said, exactly. They'd throw that role away with each abortion that fueled the stem cell industry that funded the trans agenda to begin with, though. Not to mention gay marriage needs CPS stealing straight babies for the cause. And I'll do it just one human at a time, you know? Like, if they think that people hearing me will change the world and that I need to be shadow banned and hidden from speaking, then it's fine. You know? I'm cool with it. And I'll go out one person at a time, you know? Getting all this shit figured out. Don't you love it when like there's an actual like revolution happening and human rights are getting discussed and then like hippies show up and ruin it all? That gay rainbow bullshit. Again. I mean, I know you guys don't want to talk about Woodstock. I know you old people don't want to talk about how old the girls were that you took to Woodstock. Some of you motherfuckers were on camera, though, and saying it. And why? Because you feel bad about doing it? No, because you feel like you'll be judged and get in trouble, right? Precisely. See, some of you motherfuckers need to come hang out with, you know, a good old boy in the desert. Have some conversations about stuff. You know what I mean? Oh. Oh shit.
Dropped so hard, the mask came down. Speakers louder than the thunderstorm in town. The whole crew jumping till the deck started to crack, and the captain just laughed and said nobody's coming back. Mass splitter, mass splitter, mass splitter, and the bass split the boat. Mass splitter, mass splitter. The bass came down and took the whole boat with it. Mass splitter, mass splitter. We're dancing in the wreckage like we meant to break it. Like we meant to break it. Like we meant to break it. Tonight we did! The DJ said brace yourself, but nobody listened. The drop came in heavier than anyone had figured. The mast went sideways and the sail went up in flames, and the only thing still standing was the base and our names. A Coast Guard's gonna find us here with nothing left but speaker stacks and empty bottles in the surf, and memories we ain't taking back. Mast splitter, worth every plank we lost tonight. Mast splitter, and the wreckage is the trophy. Mast splitter, the base took the boat and we said do it again. Mast splitter, build another ship, we're breaking that 1-2. Light the wick and lock the door. Captain ain't captain anymore. Rum in the barrel, fire on the floor. Tonight we settle every score. Rum fire, burn that crown. We're not going down with the captain now. Raise your cup, let the old rules drown. Rum fire, burn that crown. Burn that crown. Hey. Burn that crown. He took the gold, he cut the share, left Goodman breathing salt and air. Fed us lies from a velvet chair, now he's gonna learn what pirates dare. No more chains on the cargo hold, no more prayers for a man so cold. We found the map, we found the gold, now the story's ours to be told. One spark in the rum, two boots on the drum, three cheers when the cowards run. Four winds say the war's begun. Rum fire, burn that crown. We're not going down with the captain now. Raise your cup, let the old rules drown. Rum fire, burn that crown. Burn that crown. Hey! Kicked the door to the captain's room. Saw his face in the lantern bloom. He reached for steel, but he reached too soon. Now his name's just dust on the moon. We split the chest, we freed the crew. Painted the mast with a midnight blue. Turned that ship to a legend new. And sailed where the wild storms grew. Oh, we were low, but low men rise, with storm in our lungs and salt in our eyes. Rum fire, burn that crown. We're not going down with the captain now. Rum fire, burn that crown. Black flag rising in the lightning, salt on my tongue, sky split wide, no crown, no king, no mercy hiding. We ride where the dead tides ride. Hoist it up, hoist it high, let the storm know we're alive. Steel in hand, fire in eye, we don't kneel and we don't die. Raise the black flag. Raise the black flag, let the thunder know. We don't back down when the cold winds blow. Face in the hole and fire below. Raise the black flag, let the thunder know. Let the thunder know. Hey!
Well, hey there, Aiken. I'm just playing pirate dubstep music and having an argument on... It's not even an argument. Here, let me read you the next comment in this string of shit and me being fucking hilarious on the internet and doing stuff you guys will never see that's funnier than anything you've ever done. I'm glad to see you're moving away from men's rights rhetoric. You could become a nightly protector of motherhood and friend of the female sex. I said, oh, I am already. I'm also a huge cunt, and I lead the forever pre-op lesbian army as a straight white, unvaccinated male from my mother's basement. Thanks for the anonymous opinion, by the way. We as men are waiting on the females to realize we're all slaves and have no rights unless the courts are never involved. Patiently waiting.
If the ocean wants a name, let it carve mine in the rain. If the sky comes down in flames, we will sail it. Just
Ooh, the Lord of Darkness has 28 new views. That thing's blowing up.
raise the black flag, let the thunder know. We don't back down when the cold winds blow. Place in the hole and fire below. Raise the black flag, let the thunder know.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitch. Some of these songs start, and I'm waiting for like Despacito to kick in. You know, I'm just like, fuck.
Like, hey, do you want to be a member? We could probably still use you. You would just have to open up your own company, and then you basically become a contractor, and then you just do contract work. And that's how things basically kind of like started along for me.
I mean, what do you expect me to do? It's still playing on my computer. You know, like... I'm just saying.
House, I assume. Once we understand how the disinformation train actually operates, we can teach an artificial intelligence to identify it. And that's a lot with what has to do with the Create project that we were working on. And the Create project eventually morphed into the COVID-19 stuff.
Cicada 3301 was at 100.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yes, it was a honeypot, but not in the way that most people realize. I think it was more or less a bunch of con artists that tricked a lot of people into thinking something was what it wasn't. Tricked a lot of people into thinking something was what it wasn't. Tricked a lot of people into thinking something was what it wasn't.
But it was one phone, and that was after I had many hours of conversation with Z, vetted everything that Z told me, vetted others from that group who told me things, and now you come in?
Some of the individuals who were actually behind it had a more nefarious purpose, and it goes back into this IARPA thing because they did a research project on alternate reality games, and when they ran their own alternate reality game called the You Are Here project, which predated the Cicada puzzles, it seems like this Cicada organization saw how it operated and then said, hey, we can make our own thing out of this, and then change it a little bit, and basically this is where Cicada comes from.
Now, the only thing I know about you, this is the only thing I know about you, is I have heard you are a genius cryptologist beyond anybody else. So that's all I knew. So now I'm ignorant, but I got real educated real fast today when you got on the phone with Z, and Z confirmed that not only did you figure this out through the Cicada 3301 and all the riddles, but that you are connected to him, to the group, to the people who created the original Q, and I'm going to shut up now, you were the friggin' strategist. That's what he just told me. Can you tell us about how that happened?
You know, so I
love
kind of
your
just
frankness. You're like the hero, the strategist of the Q movement, which reaches 30 million people. You're going, hey, you know, I'm not really, you know, whatever. Like, what did they steal?
Over there you see some of the floorboards. I think I still have 8 of them. They're leaning here in the corner. And originally they are from the Figaro house. They had to replace it because they were, as you see, very rotten with old worm and whatever. But it's already restored. And I already sent it 2 of those to an American collector. He is a Mozart freak and he wanted to make a table out of it or whatever.
If this is the end, then let it be loud. Let the sea take my bones, but never my
Now, when you're over there buying windows and telling people I found Mozart's window, and you come back and you jive people.
Time out for a second. All right. Paul Hagenauer, I think his name is, the guy who owns Mozart's house in not in Vienna, the other place, the place Mozart.
No,
it's not Vienna.
Yeah, no, it's not Vienna. It's I don't want to say Auschwitz. Anyway, go ahead. I'll remember in a minute too.
So he, I've got his tweets and everything where he goes into how Thomas ripped him off for the floorboards. Are you talking about something different Or are you
Yeah.
confusing the windows and the floorboards?
Nope. Totally different. Floorboards and windows. So
Yep.
Thomas did a little digging, and he found a place where he got. It was either Thomas's fascination with Mozart over Beethoven is by far greater with Mozart, but Thomas found the windows that Mozart was looking out of. And so what he did was he made an offer to the person to buy the windows. The person didn't know why, but Thomas made him a really good deal on the windows. And then what he did is he sold those windows as the looking view of what Mozart was looking through while he created the genius that he was at a young age. Okay.
How did you end up from Cicada into the Freddy group there with OG and them?
Now is it how long? Like, what's the timeline on when Thomas joined this Cicada took over the bullshit? I mean, like, he did not been like 15, 16. Yeah, that's also something that I've been investigating. It seems like when Thomas just took it, like, he was in a big shot, and then there was a big Facebook group that and he was the first that got to be contacted by Thomas, but there's no real guidance to say that it is weird. Also, there's something about Iron Murdoch and what happened to them that he was thinking like suicide, that they really get through word. In that Thomas pushed people to report of what happened to him, and it pointed out that it was the police from Napa about it.
Did you get Thomas into Cicada, or did Thomas get you into Cicada?
That's a good one. No, Thomas didn't get me into Cicada. I got interested in Cicada by watching Ed from the Outer Light or Ed from the Outer Dark videos.
Thomas gave me the rule distribution letter when he came over, and he told me like he was sugar price for getting in Cicada.
That's a good one. No, Thomas didn't get me into Cicada. I got interested in Cicada by watching Ed from the Outer Light or Ed from the Outer Dark videos.
Aiken he says he wants a clear answer on who got you into Cicada. Is that a long story?
Well, it's like who got me into, like, who said, "Oh, congratulations, now you're officially a Cicada." That was Thomas.
Thomas gave me the rule distribution letter when he came over, and he told me like here's sugar price for getting in Cicada.
Aiken is asking about when did you first learn about the artifacts were stolen? The spear, for instance?
Well, I don't know about the spear being stolen per se. I know that, like, and I know this from the source.
The spear thing? That's the spear of destiny. That's some bullshit. That's a funny thing, and it's a stolen object from a chapel in Germany.
Aiken is asking about when did you first learn about the artifacts were stolen? The spear, for instance?
Well, I don't know about the spear.
Huh, Lestat, seems like you're high on fucking drugs. And the night that you said some shit, it might not have been the truth, but now you're such a liar, and you've been so fucking back and forth with Thomas. Honest team, not honest team, honest team, not honest team, honest team, not honest team. That it's getting really, really fucking retarded. And when I say really fucking retarded, let me just show the world here. Since I seem to be that guy, let me show the world what I mean when I say that. You're wishy-washy. You're there. You're not there. You're on his team. You're not on his team. And I think we've gotten to that point where I've explained Baphomet and Sophia are directly linked spiritually. Okay. And this was 2 hours ago. I mean, it's so fresh. Lestat, the guy on stream that's lying. That guy that's on the screen that we have proof of just making shit up and lying about something. What? I don't know, but he's definitely just a liar. This guy right here. Lying for this guy right here. Okay. Now we're gonna go back. So these two people that are working together and have and done the whole, you know, we're friends, we're not friends. We're working together, we're not working together. We're working together again, we're not working. He's a good guy, he's a bad guy, he's a good guy, he's a bad guy, he's a good guy, he's a bad guy. So they've got to create a new fucking narrative, like him jumping off a building that didn't happen, or slitting his wrist that didn't happen. Arturo Tafoya is going to be dropping some lit stuff on Terry Joyce soon. He's got lots of private communications with her and other conspirators, including Hamilton, and we've read the documents. Someone paid him around $1,000 to keep silent. Looks like everything is coming out. Can we push this up into the collective consciousness again? I had not watched the clip in a while. Cracked me up. Terry Joyce ignoring the fact that your IQ is... You managed to illuminate my domestic terrorist brain. A YouTube comedian calls me a domestic terrorist from another country screwing with the United States. How does that even work, bro? Well, yeah, domestic terrorist from another country doesn't... There's gonna... Domestic, yeah. Okay, so, all you've got is she used terminology that doesn't really work good. That's all you got? Okay. Oh, that's so jaw-dropping. Oh my goodness, the revelations I'm having. My brain is melting. Ghost 3301 was never a part of 3301, Thomas. It's funny that you start referring to it as 3301. You were never a part of 3301 either, Thomas. And he was, in fact, a pedophile called Dustin Reddy. But, you know. Mr. Root 3301. Indicted and charged are two totally different things. I can show you everybody. And see, the thing is, Thomas, notice Cicada's not following it. I'm allowed to create a sock account to follow suspicious ass 3301 accounts that I think are connected to you, while you push a narrative that somehow now we're connected to Mr. Root 3. I don't know who the fuck this is. They have no post. Greetings, gentlemen. As of 1400 current time, all your places now belong to us. Oh, it looks like a tweaker who does stupid shit. Nice. Wow. Amazing connection, Thomas. You are some kind of researcher, I tell you that right now. Did you go and just search the numbers 3301 on fucking Twitter? Seems like that's what you did. You just went there and you typed in 3301. And you went to people. make it even funnier. Oh, Reprobus, the Cicada 331. Oh, blocked. Ooh, don't look at the videos if you're mentally fragile. Doxing skids. Nice. Should probably hit that guy up, Thomas. Ink crazy, forever dub, Liddy. That's all? That's all? Oh. Weird. Have you ever searched 3301 on Twitter before, Thomas? Because you get me right after Lestat. Joey, this is his first time playing GTA 5 full stream and still no Epstein arrest. Refused to say one scripted line. Could be worse. 102,387 watching now. Started streaming 2 hours ago. Hey, did you know when you search 3301 on Twitter, all you get is me? Then you've got Lestat here. I can't remember right now, but being part of New America must count for something. Another dumb bitch who can't read good. Sarah R. Adame. Are you tarded? It was a bomb threat, not a joke. I agree, Tom Green Live. Stay atoned, my dude. You inspire me to be better every day. Amy was a drug addict, liar, just like Wilcox. You're all fucking stupid. Aurora, the seed. Wake up. You was lit last night. Jesus, Christian TikTok, real YouTube. 80 comments is wild with the amount of shares to this stupid dopehead running her mouth about shit that's not real from the grave. Why is this so accurate? Shorts, relatable, YouTube. What's cute is the dog waiting for its gift. Oh, well, okay, so now we know what happens if you search 3301, Thomas. You know, which would be what you're trying to pollute with all your bullshit. What happens if you search fake cicadas? Don't you love that, Thomas? It's like a whole tag went away. And I mean, what would it take for somebody to be able to pull that off? What would it take for somebody to pull that off? And I mean, does this piss you off, Thomas? Does this piss you off the most? That your bullshit tokens right here? Does this piss you off the most? Fucking piece of shit. Yeah, they are, Terry. There's all just a bunch of crybaby pussies. Like, I've never met a group of, like, grown-ass men that are such crybaby pussies like them. It's fucking mind-blowing how big of crybaby pussies they are. You know? Like, I cried a lot as a child, but I was never that much of a crybaby pussy. You know? So, I wish them the best. I hope that they can find something different to do with their lives, because they're never going to make me out to be whatever the fuck they keep trying to make me out to be. You know? It is what it is. And I'm not gonna fucking sit around and just argue with a bunch of retards on the internet anymore. Well, I am going to reverse the good time boy on you motherfuckers. That's for sure.
Smile at me like that. I don't like that. on some discussions. Rough up your cousin, throw around some mustard. Bitch can't be trusted. Hey, I don't like it. I need everything fucked up how I like it. Very hard to underestimate y'all biters. I'ma do what I can to get uninvited. Hey, I don't like it. And I'm happy that you rapping a ton, slap with your gun, but I can smell you right through your gum. I know the flexing is fun, the effort is some, but I could effortlessly school your ass about 11:01. Hey, I don't like you. One of these days I'ma retire on a goddamn comment. All this access to me made me wanna vomit. I'm not reading one more comment, bitch. I'm a bad time boy, hey. I be doing better than I should. I should probably shoot me in the foot. I feel bad about we feeling good. Bad time boy, hey. If I couldn't bring around the rain, get up the bullet to your face. I could give a shit about what you buzz wide open. Bring it on back, then take it on down. Open up back, flip it inside out. Give me all the money and don't make a sound. Buzz wide open. Bring it on back, then take it on down. Open up back, flip it inside out. Give me all the money and don't make a sound.
Stay with but the Glock in the party. I'm masked up like Shane, so I charge the frames Cardi. She Dominican like Cardi with a body. Blood money like the Saudi. Come fucked up and crash the Maserati. Head was good, but I can't be your hobby. Could be your pimp Robbie. I'm sweating off the roof, ain't lobby. Imagine me, listen to your haters, y'all don't need. Loyal to the gang and loyal to my gang.
Pounds, ounces, kilos, contrabands. My gun gon' blast. Blood on my money, blood on my hands. Give me the loot, or give me a reason to shoot. If she's thinking cute, I'ma turn her ass to a mule. Put drugs on her caboose, hope she make it off the border before she poop. 3 grams, I got this bitch ghetto gagging till she puke. In the coop, oops, we done caught another body, another homie make the news. Who is you? I'm a bad time boy, hey. I be doing better than I should. I should probably shoot me in the foot. I feel bad about we feeling good. Bad time boy, hey. If I couldn't bring around the rain, get up the bullet to your face. I could give a shit about what you buzz wide open. Bring it on back, then take it on down. Open up back, flip it inside out. Give me all the money and don't make a sound.
Is this confusing some people? Should I explain myself? Am I at that point in my life where I feel like there's enough people who've heard me and they're listening when I explain myself? I was born in 1987. On December 23rd, 1987. I don't know why they would post it. The silence is on purpose. You are allowed to keep your mouth shut. You know, you are allowed to like never tell.
Safety, baby. I'm Vegas on a Sunday morning. Throw me some weight, I'm drowning. Who's handing out free do-overs? Seduce me with safety, baby. I'm Vegas on a Sunday morning. Throw me some weight, I'm drowning. Who's handing out free do-overs?
Small country, few people. Let them have many weapons but not use them. Let the people regard death seriously and not migrate far away.
Judge me, had a blade to the wrist, I'm lucky. When I'm drunk and alone, come fuck me. Stay alive, man, the world getting dusty. If you selfish little bitch, don't trust me. Just trying to get Bobby in my day. Would you mind if I had a good day? Motherfucker, you talking to a good time boy from around the way. Walk around tough with a tuck pistol. Keep me around when your luck is low. I've had a whole lot of problems, fist full of condoms. Just another motherfucking good time boy. Seduce me with safety, baby. I'm Vegas on a Sunday morning. Throw me some weight, I'm drowning. Who's handing out free do-overs? Seduce me with safety, baby. I'm Vegas on a Sunday morning. Throw me some weight, I'm drowning. Who's handing out free do-overs? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Got a fleeting sense of well-being. I'm doing better than I deserve. I'm the luckiest man on this earth. If you got a cough, you can sip my syrup. If you're feeling cold, I won't get my shirt. I won't make a sound even if I'm hurt. talking to a good time boy from around the way. Walk around tough with a tuck pistol. Keep me around when your luck is low. I've had a whole lot of problems. Fist full of condoms. Just another
See what I mean?
good time boy.
I know the tag exists.
You're talking to a good time boy from around the way.
So where's it at?
Walk around tough with a tuck pistol.
Where are all the posts that say fake cicada?
I've had a whole lot of problems. Fist full of condoms. Just another motherfucking good time boy.
You don't have the buttons I've got.
Close for a toast. Glasses up. Glasses up. May we be who our mamas think we are. May we be in heaven a half hour before the devil knows we're gone. But look at me one more time,
Look at me.
All this bullshit aside.
Oh, see, and I called out Cheshire,
I love
who
it.
deleted his post because I said he runs back to Thomas all the time, who lies for him. See? Fake Cicada 3301 exposed. You mean fake Cicada at Affable Zone? Hoax gatekeeping the proven child groomer Sophia Music on his LARP stream. He attacks random people in the internet public that expose fake Cicada 3301. Thomas Andrew Schoenberger, who is trying to front run. He did nothing but helpless stat. Message about Thomas Andrew Schoenberger, fake Cicada 3301, aka Thomas Andrew Schoenberger, Sophia Music on YouTube. You're the only suspect who's behind the suicides in the community. You're always somehow attacking or manipulating people before these things happen to them. Well, highlight your boy, who's not Q, help expose fake Cicada 3301 and the QAnon grifters. I can direct you where you need to look.
Just, start spilling my guts like I'm Majestic Angel or something, on a on a chat, with
help. You guys just ignore him and call him a pedophile? Weird. And then you attack people that are like, no, I believe this guy. Makes it look like you're working with the only guy who's been trying to recruit me, and then once I was like, dude, you can eat a dick. Leave my kids out of your fucking mouth. Then started the whole Daniel Dowds bullshit on the internet. Where he misinterprets a court case that, I'm sorry, Thomas, but you didn't even go to college enough to become a lawyer, let alone a judge, and tell me what the fuck I am or I am not.
And then monetizing it, that's where we need focus, right?
Yeah. Right.
We're the anonymous man. You want to use some kind of hacker?
Right. Yeah, and you know what? He's the dude. And maybe his daughter is involved with you.
The dude? Okay.
That guy is a very smart guy. By the
Oh,
way.
I am.
I know who he is from way back.
Which guy?
Scary
Which
smart.
guy's that?
Danny Dowd.
Ah.
That's not my full legal name that you can find.
He's got a really good sense of humor, and he's a good guy,
Thanks.
And happy first date.
So there's Thomas Andrew Schoenberger saying, I have a really good sense of humor. He knows me from way back, and I'm a good guy. And you guys are all running a narrative that I'm a bad guy from Thomas Schoenberger. And if you can't see the honeypot before you, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here, stupid. It's nice to meet you, stupid. Who's the guy trying to run the entire narrative all the fucking time, get ahead of all the shit all the time, will use his real name and then sock accounts to email, well, let's just say David Schroeder a billion times a day. We have proof of that situation. You guys want to hear my voicemail? It'll probably be up tomorrow because he played yesterday's voicemail, but I remember that as well. Because I'm not high on drugs.
Listen, we're reviewing your
Thank you very
latest
much.
debauchery on the internet. Where
I'm
you
just chilling, dealing with
because Thomas Schoenberger told
Faggot
you so and paid you to do so. And I promise you the Sarah R. Adams situation and the gay, hopeless man. Let's see, Hey, never mind. Listen, we won't talk about you guys trying to call me the devil. But see, the thing is, David, I don't think you're going to make it much further than daddy. So before you take a bath and start playing with your penis, what I need you to do though is just stop
Just in
running
case
your
you
mouth
missed the call when I
like
did it
you
live
know
on
anything
stream.
about me. Since you won't pick up my phone calls and you don't love me, daddy. Seriously though, I gotta figure out how to play guitar and smoke at the same time and never move my hand. Otherwise, this animation is not gonna be correct.
I was
No,
watching
but seriously,
Jesse's stream.
David, I just wanted to call you and let you know
Obviously,
that I love you, daddy. And I need you to stop being a faggot on the internet and listening to everything Thomas Schoenberger says.
Listen, I only do the
If you
daddy
would
thing
just
because I know it
listen to
fucking
me
bothers him, okay?
and hear me the fuck out, come over to Stewarttown. You don't have to talk. You don't have to anything. But just watch. You might change your mind about what's been happening because there's one guy trying to tell you what it is, controlling the narrative. The rest of us are just going, fuck that guy. And if you work with him, David,
Here he goes,
fuck you
wizard
too.
hunting. Sounds like a friend of Thomas Schoenberger. Fake Cicada. Cypher Anarchist is a wiener sucker with no friends. Just a two-time felon handler named Thomas Anders Schoenberger. Fake Cicada 3301. What I'm saying is Chris loves wrinkly nuts on his chin and scares nobody but David Schurter with his bullshit. You are our clown, Chris. Keep entertaining us. Fake Cicada 3301. X.com Cheshire. The post is unavailable. I wonder why. It's not like Cheshire, like, doesn't exist. You know? Like, it's not like his account doesn't exist. It still exists, but he's definitely running around deleting stuff that probably made Thomas look bad so that he can be back on Thomas's good side and get that drug money. I was going to say something, but looks like you got it twice. All Dustin ready. And on LARPing as a convicted pedo. YouTube creators, beware Sophia Music. They are frauds. Idiot, LOL, fake Cicada 3301. Aquinos, synchronized dancers. 141 is a prying primer. Bro, you can't even. Thomas Real, Rothschilds, MD, Will Summer, Peter Edel, Vice News. Look into the hashtag fake Cicada 3301. Dude's a grifter. At Team YouTube might want to watch this. Robert David Steele won't talk about him, but many of us will. It's got all the signs of a fake Cicada 3301 job. Oh, it's unavailable because it got deleted because, oh, that's how scams work. Golly, I wonder who dem's fake Cicada 3301s is. The Thomas Schoenberger is dead conspiracy being pushed by fake Cicada 3301's Chris McGimsey Jones slander for Thomas Schoenberger, proven by Tear in a nice video. Fake Cicada 3301 has never had a PGP, just scripts others to pretend for them. Fake Cicada 3301, listen close. Oh, the post is unavailable. Lord Concave, remember, the account got suspended. The Steven guy, the Lord... Fake Cicada 3301 followed her. Fake Cicada 3301. Thorndike. Freedom Publishers Union is unaware of the source of these particular smears and can only speculate. But it is extremely disturbing the same smears are still being deployed to this day as part of the operation to destroy Thomas Schoenberger's character and reputation and ultimately his ability to generate income from his compositions. We know DeFango did not actually solve the Cicada 3301 puzzles on a live stream. Instead, he appropriated the eccentric brilliance of Robert Thorndike, then claimed it was his own original thinking. I do understand PGP can be cracked, and 2014 was 10 years ago. The Liber Primus was never solved, so nothing past 2014 puzzle-wise is legit, aka everything fake Cicada 331 related, including QAnon, considering the Thomas connection as a grift. Changed my mind. Arrest in 2 weeks. But there's a Twitter account that says Tom Hanks on it, and it posted things with a PGP key, Daniel. I do understand PGP can be cracked. and that 2014 was 10 years ago. I get a lot of flack for that particular post. I do. I get a lot of flack for that particular post because y'all don't D-wave like I D-wave. Get on the D-wave. Or at least start waving at D's nuts. Advocate believes he is Christ. Seeing a pattern with Thomas's lackeys yet, where they all think they're reincarnated someones? You relied on the Reddit and fandom wiki and Chan post from non-original sources. And it's not my fault Thomas ran with the Ian idea and added him to his fake Cicada 331 website. Take it up with the grifter. Nice spurg out about the same Q shit you've repeated and no one cares. Yeah, see? I don't have to square anything. I've exposed this shit for years. Go moo elsewhere, lolcow. You know? I'm out here doing the work. Defango, 6 years ago. Please learn that Ian Murdoch was the PGP key holder and is dead now. School's out and you PGP trolls are a tiresome bunch. Never understood what Cicada was about. Yes. GPGP signature made Thursday, 31st December 2015 using RS. A good signature from Cicada. Warning, the key is not certified with a trusted signature. There is no indication that the signature belongs to the owner. See, I know how to check a PGP too. They don't have a Twitter. Like I said, tell me more about Q. I have my own beliefs on 3301. 3301 has no use for a Twitter, which is unencrypted and easy to track. In fact, this video is from when you worked with Fake Cicada and trying to dox me as some kind of sex predator. While you failed that, you then began following me, making your previous claims make you look real bad. You have worked with PSYOP teams for years. Just solved the Liber Primus. We call that the love bombing stage of Fake Cicada recruits that Thomas has done for years to folks while funding disinfo campaigns like QAnon, which are 8chan LARPs of a 4chan poster's originals once again, just like TS did with Cicada. So tell me more, Mr. Know-It-All. I right off the bat called him a bitch and told him he needs to quit talking about people's kids. It makes him look like a Holly weirdo pedo. And you helped defend his honor with you and Lepo, Lady Steph C, and many others, while I, from this day one, called all of it out. I don't have to square anything. And these are, 2024. So each one of those can get into a whole string of me. Yeah, and then you could just Google really basic shit. You could just go to Twitter and type in the most basic fucking hashtag and then find everything I've fucking been doing. Which is proof that I'm not just sitting here fingering my asshole. I've sat here the whole time since I got back on the internet after the bullshit in 2016. Telling everyone everything I know. Just being honest. And it's weird when somebody who's honest gets the worst treatment. And then people like David Wilcox and Sarah R. Adams get funded to lie. It should make it really easy for you to understand how the fucking world works. And why the bad people win. Because they're in positions to destroy good people's ability to do anything to stop them beyond physical force. I'm just saying. Throwing it out there. Need your help. You know. Monkey and Elf followed you. Where ancient whispers meet cosmic truths, join us on a journey through angels, aliens, and the apocalypse. Wisdom from the ancient visions of the Astra, not followed by anyone you're following. Follow back. Yes, whatever that's about. Oh, wait, okay. The Gulf Scripted reached 25% completion this week. Every headline is a ritual act. MJ-12 waits in the shadows of the lunar bases. Is the 2027 global collapse scripted already? 25% complete. How much of the year is complete? Anyway, we don't want to have to talk about it. I'm sure you'd rather listen to David Schroeder scream about fucking children. I'm sure that's what what you guys like doing. Oh, nice. 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 England went full red. Now they're like, oh, by the way.
My ministers will also proceed with the introduction of digital ID that will modernize how citizens interact with public services. My ministers all.
Nice. It's great to hear. Can we talk about women in politics? Let me give you an example of women in politics.
Make her go. Baby, baby. It's okay. Baby, baby. Baby, baby. Baby, baby, we're okay.
If you're incomprehensible because something happened, you shouldn't be in a position where you need to be responsible enough to not flip the truck. You know what I mean? Because if he was in the passenger seat and she was driving, you know, running the car, they're both dead. They might be fine. Letting go of the wheel, they might have just been like, well, and then stop. But she probably would have been like flooring it or just slamming it. It's just, you really need to just, everything from here over is unnecessary. We're at 17 seconds. Cue 17 seconds into it, and from here on out, incomprehensible. She's just unconsolable. Just And we know that as men. We know that we aren't allowed to ever not be ready for some shit. You know what I mean? What the fuck is that? That's cool. Schizophrenic patients reporting similar statements during psychosis. All start reporting the same exact illusions. Clinical psych and higher education going viral after revealing something she has completely changed the way she looks at psychosis. According to her, schizophrenic patients from different hospitals, different states, and completely different backgrounds somehow keep repeating the same disturbing themes during episodes of their psychosis. FBI surveillance, radio frequencies controlling them, implanted chips, the same celebrities, religious awakenings, claims that we are God, and warnings about hidden realms most people can't see. Her main question is, how are people with zero connection to one another all describing nearly identical experiences? Ma'am, I have an answer for you right now. And I need you to just trust me, bro. The answer is the internet. So. Organized community proxy stalking trafficking is a federal hate crime. I'm a victim of digital trafficking. This is organized stalking and digitally trafficked. I'm going to read this guy's post. Organized community proxy stalking trafficking is a federal hate crime. I'm a victim of digital trafficking watched inside my home and live streamed on the dark web. 3 relatives targeted me, sold my identity to human trafficking Mason cults and their affiliates. Also put me in a military torture trauma-based experiment program for monetary gain. Gang stalking, community stalking violence I'm subjected to is out of control. Dark web monetization of targets. surveillance footage, live and recorded footage of targets sold as premium content, personal data packages, bundled files including location, finances, relationships, and routines, behavioral profiles, psychological assessments sold to bad actors for manipulation. See, Thomas, we're going to call you out on intimate content, illegally obtained private images sold without consent, medical and mental health data used to discredit or exploit targets, financial access, banking and account credentials sold for fraud and theft, trauma entertainment, breakdowns and suffering streamed or sold as dark web content, trafficking pipeline, fully isolated targets made vulnerable to physical harm or disappearance, blackmail extortion packages, compiled compromising material sold to third parties, smear campaign services, paid reputation destruction across platforms, which is what you, Gabe Hoffman, Thomas, are doing right now, along with Hoax and everybody else who's run smear campaigns against me. Identity theft kits, complete profiles sold for full identity takeover. And you know who the richest one is in this situation that could be paying people? Gabe Hoffman. Satellite data confirms the river Euphrates has lost 140 plus cubic kilometers of water since 2003 and may be gone by 2040. The book of Revelation says dry Euphrates opens the way for the final battle of Armageddon.
Você tá louco, Maico? Ai, gente, esse fela da puta enganou nós direitinho, mano. Você tá trampando no atacadão agora, Maicon? Oxe, tá louco, Maicon? Ai, gente, esse fela...
Damn. Listen, Gen Z, you Zoomer fucks. Zoomers rhymes with boomers. Why are you guys so jealous of millennials' vibes? Like, don't be fucking mad we experienced the final years before civilization's fucking collapse really set in. That you were fucking in purgatory or something, playing with fucking dead butterflies. I don't know what the fuck you were doing, but you didn't arrive on time. I arrived 24 minutes on time. Ever threaten me with the darkness again, David, because I was born into that shit. Fucking retard. Brock Pierce is mentioned in approximately 1,800 documents in the Epstein files. I'm sure you don't care, though. Social media influencer woman, digital creator from Malosbolkan Province, Philippines, started a physical fight by repeatedly slapping and assaulting her policeman boyfriend. The argument began over him not sharing his phone location. A boyfriend reacted by punching her in the fucking face, knocking her to the ground. Despite her initiating the violence, police immediately suspended the male officer, confiscated his weapons, and opened criminal fucking charges, administrative cases against him under the Anti-Violence Against Women and Children law. No action reported against the woman who started the fucking assault. Domestic violence laws across the majority of the world are gender biased, and women know this. If law was gender neutral, she would have thought 1,000 times before being the aggressor. Also, never ever be in a relationship with these reel makers, TikTokers. It never ends well. But that bitch deserved it. This is so disgusting. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. That is fucking disgusting, man. I'm going to proceed in not sharing that with my YouTube channel. It's that disgusting. In the HEB fan zone, you actually just show up and take other people's seats. What? I don't... Usually it's video telling the Huggins amount to threaten her life, and then Trump DOJ has not released all of the evidence she applied to them. And of course they didn't. What? What?
And since y'all want to be petty,
Listen, bitch. I read the caption and said this is why we cannot have nice things. I 1,000% agree with the caption. If y'all could quit acting like fucking losers, that'd be fucking cool too.
every time I come to Chipotle and they piss me off,
Time I come to
I give
Chipotle
my
and they
money
piss me
back.
off, I
Give me a
still-
water cup, please. Give me a water cup. And since y'all want to be petty,
You know that's stealing, right? Like they could actually take this video from your and literally take you to court and sue you for theft. It's not a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
shit that you stole, but you're still a fucking piece of shit.
yeah, cause oh, what's wrong with that?
You a piece
Y'all
of
wanna charge
shit.
me extra for it.
You a nasty
Charge me
piece of
$100
shit,
extra for some
Skittles.
vinaigrette.
Yo, Skittles, you are so gross. And I don't know if you know this, but there's not one brown Skittle. Not one.
And then I'm getting a bowl and you barely putting shit in my bowl. Then want to charge me double
So what kind of transgender are you, sir?
for chicken. When you barely put chicken in my bowl.
Sir Skittles, the fork thief of Chipotle.
Oh, so now I'm gonna get my money's worth of chicken and sauce. Give me them forks, give me them napkins. Now I'm good.
Right, and that's how that dude that took you out to dinner and you spent like $500 off of his fucking card on a bunch of bullshit for dinner, and then you act like you ain't gonna put out feels, and you know he doesn't get to just steal your forks. Be better. Just do better, society. Just be better people. The fuck. What are we doing to this?
I have to go buy us myself.
Well, you know, it's fiberglass.
That's fiberglass. That's fiberglass. So you make
That's
it, you make
early
it,
2000s.
dig it out.
You going to do it again? Well, we can get the J-hook latches here and there. I'm just gonna bust through it.
Now don't damage it too much. I think we can restore it.
Yeah.
I got some tools.
I got Bondo. I got some Bondo in the truck. I got all. Oh, the massive catfish! Is he in there? Holy shit! Oh my gosh!
What the hell is he eating?
Jesus!
So I guess he waits for little fish to get in there.
You gonna be able to hold that thing?
Talk about
holy smokes!
Come on.
Golly! That's a hell of a way to catch a fish.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Come on.
Golly!
That thing is massive.
Shit. Dude.
That.
Hell yeah, brother. Stupid ass fucking idiots. We got the latest video of some YNs, some ninjas out here in the streets trying to shoot at their ops, but instead of shooting their ops, they shoot each other. All right. 3 people with guns shooting at a car. Which one do you think is going to get shot? I'll give you a second. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. The car was here. It's driving that way. Take your guesses right now. Is it going to be 1, 2, or 3? I'll wait.
Darling, when will you come around and distract yourself and slow down? I'm done placing my cage for the night. Oh, life, it feels like I'm.
By the way, it was 1. You shouldn't play with guns, you know. I'm just.
We were kissing on the living room floor. His eyes glanced to the bedroom door. Every Saturday, what we always do, he said, tonight, girl, let's try something new. As I was getting undressed, what he planned, I would have never guessed. The lights were dim, I couldn't see. That's when he leaned in close to me. And then he fisted me. Oh, right there in the bedroom glow. Took his hand, relax, he said. Turn me round like a newlywed. My baby's as strong as can be. And then he fisted me. Missionary has become such a bore. And the back door we've done before. He smiled as my legs splayed. And oh, the quick hands that boy displayed. He pulled my hair, sent my heart in a swirl. I never knew I was that kind of girl. As he reached into the lube bucket, turned me into his own sock puppet. And then he fisted me. Hey, 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 my cockpit is now a cargo bay. Shook my world like a tambourine. It became my weekly routine. Ooh, feeling so dirty. And then he fisted me. Now some girls want diamonds, some want necklace pearls, but I just want his slippery wrist twirls. Once I feel his hand inside, up to the wrist and I'm flying high. And then he fisted me. Oh, pushing it in and starting out slow, filling me up oh so fine. He rocked my whole world every time, showing his wrist mastery. And then he fisted me. And then he fisted me. And then he fisted me. And then he fisted me.
Now, my next victim of fisting is going to be Joe Rogan, because that motherfucker's compromised. He was compromised from the get-go. I tried to show you proof that Joe Rogan has never been on our side as far as the people go, and he'll lie to everybody's faces as long as he gets to know his words.
You should speculate it when you find out the connection and the way they died. They made it. Chris Cornell had 9 broken ribs and a gash in the back of his head when he hung him. Yes, and they said the official story is from the CPR. The CPR, he was already dead when they got there, and they break 9 ribs doing CPR, and there's a gash behind his head.
The gash behind his head when they cut him loose and he bangs his head off the ground?
And he's hanging off like one of those exercise rubber bands.
So you think someone killed him?
When you look at the evidence, you're like, holy shit, he looked like he was murdered. And then Chester, right before, Chester dies the same way, the exact same way.
Dude, let's not do this, man.
No.
I don't want to even do this. I don't even want to do this.
Okay, all right. Okay. I'm just looking into it because I love Chester. I love Chester. I love Lincoln Park. Who got you into Lincoln Park?
Okay,
I got you into Lincoln Park.
I understand. I don't want to talk about conspiracy theories involved in this guy's death, especially when he just died. It just seems so disrespectful.
No, he's one of my favorite singers of all time.
I understand, but if he really did just kill himself, like, it seems so disrespectful to speculate that he was murdered because of some conspiracy theory. I don't know what the case is, but I don't even want to talk about it.
All right, all right.
But do you know what I'm saying?
You know what? I've said enough. I don't need to say no more. I don't want to get into trouble, but I'm just...
Okay.
I'm not trying to put anybody in jail. I love Lincoln Park. I love Chester. I love Chris Cornell. Are you kidding?
I understand you do.
Soundgarden?
I understand.
So I want
but
to know.
I just feel like you should really know what the fuck you're talking about when you talk about people.
We were just talking about suicides. We were just talking about how people get suicided. We were just talking about the Haiti thing.
That's what that is,
We were just, when you look at what they were into that. They were into fighting that.
Okay.
And when you look at exactly how.
Also severely depressed. There was also a lot of psychological shit going on.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know why people kill themselves, period. You know? I don't know why.
But wouldn't you want to know
but
if there was
some
serious, there was some fishy shit?
Maybe I'll look into it.
There's some
maybe
fishy shit.
Talk about it until whatever the fuck reality has been.
That's not that. We were talking about trillions being missing. We're talking about all these crazy suicides. We're talking about all that, and then this is insane. This goes right with whatever we're talking about. This is when you should bring it up, not later when everyone forgets about it.
I don't know any facts.
Yeah.
So when you're bringing it up like this, it sounds crazy.
Okay.
If there's something strange beneath your jeans, who you gonna call? Not Busters.
There's a bump in your bed, makes the headboard creak, and your girlfriend's away every day this week. Now you're lying down at home, all alone, so just pick up that phone and call Nutbusters. They're coming for your cream. Nutbusters. They'll tame your unholy dream. Nutbusters. Don't cross the streams. Yeah, they love to bust those nuts. She ain't afraid of no bone. She's waiting by the phone. Protein ones are fully charged. They'll handle you extra large. If you're feeling stiff, too stiff to move, these girls have got a reputation to prove.
Being stolen per se. I know that, like, and I know this from the source.
The fear thing, that's a lot of the spirit of destiny, there's some bullshit. That's probably the thing, and if it's stolen object from a chapel in Germany. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking. I can send you the article, and there are criminal charges on the closet by that. I mean, they call it out by the name. That's why he's so fucking interested in no one into privacy and secrecy, and why that's why he's lacing the fucking hotels rule of Clinton's way. Yeah, that I mean, and let me send it. Let me put it into the chat.
I have a pain deep in my heart. Ever since we had to part, but once it's gone, I'll know that we're through. 'Cause it'll mean I no longer have you. I have an aching deep in my ass. I don't know how long it will last, but once it's gone, I'll know that we're through. 'Cause it'll mean I no longer have you.
That's why he's so fucking interested in no one and his privacy.
And what's funny is if Lestat would have had this posted on his Twitter, I've also proven that he would have deleted it so that they can run their fucking narrative some more while he gets drug money from Thomas. It's all Lestat spends his money on. Lives at his mom's house, spends all his money on fucking dope while taking advantage of his mom. What's going to happen when she dies? And, well, you know, your little dick ain't enough. Lestat.
And then, and secrecy, and then what? That's why he's nice in a fucking hotel room, Clinton's way. I mean, and Len said it. Let me put it in the chat.
Aiken is asking about when did you first learn about the artifacts were stolen? The spear, for instance.
Well, I don't know about the spear being stolen per se. I know that, like, and I know this from the source.
The source. Fuck. It must be true then.
I wish it was bigger, but it's not. Your little dick just ain't enough. I don't want you to feel insecure, but you have less and I need more. Every time your pants come off, it's confirmed what you're packing in. There is a tiny inchworm. Your little dick just ain't enough. I need something larger than what you got. I wish it was bigger, but it's not.
Do you see Aiken's question?
No.
I'll let you read that and then,
Or see you by cicada.
Nothing but sand in his mouth. And I say that, and I know it sounds terrible, but the thing is that eventually you have to draw those lines, you know? Like, I want the same thing for him as that I want for Thomas Schoenberger. I want them to be dead and homeless, you know, or homeless and dead. You know, I want them to be homeless first, unable to eat, unable to sustain themselves in life, and then, you know, just to wither away and die and never exist again. So that, you know, when people see them and they hear their voices, they understand that, you know, like, this is an example of the worst humanity has to offer.
The Fango didn't fit into the equation of cicada, you know? Like, it's amazing that everybody just ignore the fact that I put out the evidence of Thomas blaming the Fango of pedophilia, of watching child porn. Not only that, but also commercializes with it. Through back pages. Okay, this is when you can see the dates, May 10th. This is when the Fango fight was at full force. Okay, so I'm gonna here.
Yeah, can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Oh shit. Okay, can you watch this?
We're looking. Explain what we're looking at. This is you talking to Thomas, actually, obviously.
Okay, so this is Thomas' email. This is really well known. And this is something. Okay, when I read it, when the first time I read this, well, I was like angry, but that was just it. I never saw any evidence of this, just by what Thomas said, and he also said it like face to face to me, that he saw the Fango Manuel Chavez or whatever doing that. Okay, so it says, when I caught him on his computer with what it looked like underage kids in underwear, he claimed that it was Monte Graph stuff. Intel Valor, it's just someone that was
Intel Valor. I think he's rebranded as Valor. I could be mistaken of that, but he was around for quite a while doing research and whatnot. Fuck, that is my mic. Sorry, guys.
So it says no, it was child porn, and Manny was selling it and on back pages.
Okay, just to make it clear again, STG is Thomas.
Yeah, he does this because he tells people he's Saint Germain.
We now have DeFango on the stream, which is a first for Stretch. Freddy, fucking Freddy is here. GM is here. Lestat, which is who was just talking, and OG.
Hey, DeFango.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Hey, just wanted to say, hey, man, sorry. I did listen to the stream, although I was kind of like still a little mad, and I was just kind of like, when I was talking about it, I was more venting than anything. Honestly, I know it was going on with Thomas with you, dude, and honestly, like, I could see it happening because he was trying to do the same thing with me, and I just wasn't having it, dude. Like,
Fango, this is Stretch. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
I just got one burning question. I think everybody else has got their own questions or whatever, but my main question is, did Thomas catch you watching child porn?
No, he didn't. Absolutely not. And he never caught me with any type of imagery or anything like that.
I think that really what bothers me the most is just the accusations about the Fango and why was that brought up, and is there any validity to Fango?
All right, well, let's bring that up. And I believe that DeFango is not a pedophile. I think that Lestat, his real name is Arturo, and he's in the chat right now, conspired with other people to create a puzzle called Red Triangle. At the same time, he was doing video work for us. He's a talented guy. However, he's a sneaky guy. Okay. Now, Joel bot number 5. Let's answer your question. You just accused me of setting DeFango up as a pedo. And I'm going to tell you where you're wrong. It was Lestat who was with Red Triangle. Red Triangle was the puzzle entity exposing DeFango as a pedo. And is he a pedo? No, he's not. That was cruel.
You're lying.
Nice. What's up?
So we are okay. Yeah, we are live. So hello, everybody. We are on fucking Freddy's channel. We have Lestat with us.
So Lestat, when did you join Cicada?
Well, it was around it was around October, I think, 2017. That's when I first met Thomas. And it was through the Sophia Music channel. I just left a comment and asked if I really liked the music. And I asked if it was okay if I grabbed the music to make a video.
So you've been in there for a year. You reached out to Thomas and you started working with Thomas?
Well, it was like we started chatting, and I already, since I bumped into the channel, I knew it was the same hand or the same group that made the Cicada music. And I already listened to a bunch of rumors about Thomas being Cicada.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's not really telling, Lestat. Hey, wasn't the original song that got released by the 3301 organization on guitar and not a fucking piano, faggot? Oh yeah, you wouldn't know that, Lestat, because you don't actually know anything about the original Cicada 3301 puzzles, let alone 3301, let alone the IRC. But I digress.
And so we started from there. And I remember the first thing he asked me to do, like, can you do a GIF image? I was like, yeah, of course. And even it was strange. I mean, for Cicada to ask me to make a GIF, it was kind of like, it's too easy. But yeah,
Yeah, these people that run like the most complicated puzzle on the internet are like, hey, can you make a GIF? Because they're too lazy and too much of faggots to do it themselves. So now they're trying to like, what, get Lestat to make them GIF images? Wow, so you're telling me Cicada 3301 recruited you to make GIF images? Lestat? Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and believe any of that's fucking true. Cause the fuck? The double fuck? Like, what, huh? Okay, dude.
I did the GIF, and so during the time we developed a friendship. You can say I trusted him.
Well, Ian and the other guy, Bruce D. Clark Jr. was another one that died, and he died in the end. And the Spear story typed up in Ian on the same timeline when it appeared on the puzzle. The one that was stolen in Germany. The rumor goes, because I don't have evidence for this yet, is that Tom was supposed to sell the guy who stole it wasn't part of the directing, was another person, and that person wanted us to take out of those relics because there was the sphere with the Nostradamus Coelho of the letters that Rick had one, and it tells our Rosicrucians and stuff that are real. I mean, that it's no doubt about it. And the ratings and other stuff, because people are supposed to sell it in the black market over here in America, get it out. And at least 3 people have told me this. So, and Thomas and Thomas Byrne, this guy, he was the guy that was supposed to sell those shit in America. Tom gave me the Rosicrucian letter when he came over and he told me, like, here's your price for getting in the kid. I know that the Coelho store that was property of Nostradamus was at the first bit of the triangle, and I think it was Fox, and now I don't know if Fox still has it or not. But and the other letter is one kind of Palestinian art, and probably she was like spreading that those stuff out, and that the spear is that it was with Douglas Deagle, and they made a study out of it, and you know, like a real study with the university and shit.
Well, I don't know about the spear being stolen per se. I know that, like, and I know this from the source.
And Amy did this study on it, and it's sort of shit. There's they made a video series, and then they put this like really well done professional study on it, and they had it with the second. And the last time I talked to Doug, it was that a lot of spiritual like rooms and creatures that and that stuff were going to his house and like to grab his gear and then meditate and stuff. And I mean, it's just the information that I got, okay? And that Doug was in the meeting said, okay, like with he had a ton of he had a lot of tours and stuff, and the spear was supposed to have like the cute little properties, like not that I believe it or anything, it's just like, this is what doctors told me, and I think that he, like, suicidal. At least he had a lot of study. And he told me that the sphere basically helped him feel better, and that other religious people that have contacted and that kind of read this study that they did on the sphere were going to his house and then visited him. Okay, now, just like a week ago, that I contacted the doctor because I'm making a video for that I haven't finished. The first thing that they told me is that we cut out all relationships and communication with Tom. LA. But because of the depression they had in the fear stuff, and we even have a project of going to like make Cicada their post of the gratification.
Well, I don't know about the sphere being stolen per se. I know that, like, and I know this from the source.
If I could turn the page in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes, but I couldn't find a way, so I'll settle for one day to believe in you. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. Can't disguise, no you can't disguise. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Although I'm not making plans, I hope that you understand there's a reason why. Close your eyes. No more broken hearts. We're better off apart. Let's give it a try. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. Can't disguise, no you can't disguise. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies.
As best I can tell, this holy lance that has fallen into your lap very well could be the Lance of Longinus that the early church would have honored as a special relic, and was uncovered by the Crusaders at the beginning of the First Crusade. I think it's very possible it could be that lance.
He scammed a lot of, like, old relics, like pieces of the old house of Mozart from this guy in Vienna, but really he's more of like finding old stuff and just making a story out of it. When he started promoting the Salvator Mundi painting, and this was way back just as I met him, as being the solution for Liber Primus, and he made videos, and I even made videos alluding to it. then to find out that that same piece of art ended up being the most like expensive piece of art ever bought, and it was bought by this prince from the United Arab Emirates.
Aiken wants to know about why did Thomas give you the Templar letter?
He gave it to me when he arrived at my house because supposedly he had pneumonia and I was gonna help him out. So he just, you know, took it outside his pocket, like it was inside of like an old Ziploc bag. Like it was like previously it could have been like holding weed or something, but now it had the alleged Templar letter, and he was like, "Here for you. This is for passing Cicada 301." I was like, "Oh, cool."
Tom gave me the Rosicrucian letter when he came over and he told him like, "Here's your price for getting Cicada."
And I saw it, and you know, it kind of looked legit. It was like, it looked like real papyrus. It even had a watermark. You know, it had a bunch of stuff written on it. But at the end, it was analyzed professionally. I can't say by who, I can't say why right now, but it's eventually gonna come out. But it was, yeah, analyzed, and it was fake. It was fake letter. So yeah, that's, you want the insight, that's, actually I don't have it anymore yet. Whatever, the analysis still has that letter.
Take out of those relics, because there was the fear with the Nostradamus going into scope of the letters that originally had one, and it's Templar Rosicrucians and stuff that are real, that it's no doubt about it.
Thomas just told me, "Oh, he's done it like 20 times, just let him be." So yeah, there's a lot of things that I did not got Thomas into Cicada. How can I got Thomas into Cicada if Thomas was already doing things at Cicada, trying to sell things, to sell the Cicada brand back in 2015 or something, when I had no clue that Cicada existed.
Tom gave me the Rosicrucian letter when he came over and he told him like, "Here's your price for getting Cicada."
The kaleidoscope is just another like cheap old stuff like that he gave to Beth as a down payment from all the money that he took from her, and I don't know what she did with it.
I still got these letters and shit that Thomas gave me for the Sevens Exposed stuff. Like, you know, I keep thinking back, and everybody's got it all wrong. Like, even, you know, poor old Lestat, which is why I wanted to invite him to be on, but.
I'll give you everybody, but like you said, you're also going to do your own due diligence. Anyway, why don't you fire away? Where are you at?
Okay,
what do you
I'm going to fire away. documents. Let me call you right back. It's Mr. Hoffman, yeah.
And while they've got people out in public,
It's detailed in there.
pretending like that's not what they're doing,
There's one's an alias.
they've got people like Douglas and Tyler Gabriel with their
I'll be
Stoneberger with their social music,
Oh, really? Yeah.
working with
All right. Well, good luck, huh? Thank you.
They've got people like Douglas and Tyler Gabriel with their Sophia Gospel, and Thomas Schoenberger with his Sophia Music, working with fake cops, fake authorities.
Let's keep this train rolling here.
Dr. Aquino is actually in the same position, and the similarities between him and Thomas are really quite remarkable. That I think I would describe both of those men as black magicians.
Believed to hold the key to untold powers. To many notorious leaders throughout history, his possession has always been highly coveted,
based on one of the
down to
Marx
the Third
brothers,
Reich
actually,
of
the
Adolf
fox
Hitler.
in particular. Now, fox is a standard trickster animal, right?
But when they
And
came
coyotes
to
are like that
Jesus
too.
and saw that he
He's
was
kinda like
already
Wile E.
dead,
Coyote, in
they
fact,
did not break
who's
his legs.
Genius at large.
But one of the
who,
soldiers
course,
pierced
whose
his side
arrogance
with a spear,
continually gets him
and at
walled.
once there came out
And
blood
this
and
character
water.
has a lot of features
John
like that. But he
19:33
feigns being an English gentleman of like the
Thus the
1890s
centurion
and pretends
Longinus
to be educated.
fulfilled the prophecy that not a bone of Christ's body would be broken at his
way
death.
of talking, and he's a
The
fraud
spear was
through and
inevitably
through.
sought
He's got this,
as an
you know,
invaluable relic by medieval
sidekick who
Christians.
is barely there at all, and he doesn't treat him that well, but he's got someone to
centuries,
lord it
there have
over,
been
so that
several
keeps his
possible
dominance
claimants to
hierarchy
the
thing
title
going
Sacred
well. And
Lands.
the fact that he's
But is the
like a
spear to be
second-rate
found in
companion,
the old place
well, he
of the
never really
Habsburg
notices that,
Emperor,
although he'll treat him contemptuously
Hofburg
whenever he gets a chance. So anyways,
that holds the
they're
most
walking down the
authentic
street, and the fox is bragging
According to
away about
Germanic
some
traditions,
crooked thing that he's done and how he pulled the wool over someone's eyes, and confuses that with wisdom and intelligence. And one of the things that you see, this is worth knowing too, because if you're preyed upon by a psychopath, which you will be to some degree at some point in your life, the psychopath, who will be narcissistic, will presume that you're stupid and that you deserve to be taken advantage of because you're naive and stupid. So it's actually a good thing that he's doing it. And his proof that you're stupid, naive, is that he can take advantage of you. And so the psychopath will use his ability to fool you as proof of his own grandiose omnipotence, omniscience, and narcissism. Psychopaths are pretty good at figuring out how to manipulate, obviously, how to manipulate people, and the probability that you will be immune to that is extraordinarily low. Go watch Paul Bernardo being interviewed by policemen on YouTube. That's bloody, that's enlightening, man. Paul Bernardo, he's like the CEO of a meeting in that video, you know? He gives the cops hell, he gives the lawyers hell, he protests his innocence. He basically tells them that they're rude and untrustworthy because they don't trust him because he did a few little things 17 years ago. And he gets away with it, a few little things, right? I mean, he killed a bunch of people, including the sister of his girlfriend at the time, and, you know, he was a repeat sexual offender and murderer. It's like, but he basically goes, well, you know, that's a long time ago. It's like, we're past that, aren't we?
Hey, everybody. I'm alive.
I've known Tom so long, and I know what he's capable of, and I know that if you engage Tommy, you end up being screwed over, losing probably everything you own. Tom has gone after my wife, gone after my credibility, has gone after personal friends of mine. Todd and Mark lived with me, Kathy lived with me, and they were best friends with Tommy as well. They knew him long before I did. I met Mark and Todd when I was in junior high school, and Tommy was the guy that was always around, but he'd always show up for a few hours at a time. There'd be some drama or chaos behind it. But I've known him for 40 years. There are two distinctive personalities with Tommy. His father is a quite accomplished composer, pianist. He's also a licensed Dr.
therapists who worked for the government's arm, the CIA, FBI. Father was a heavy guy. Thomas was pretty open about his dad's stuff. His dad worked for the government on projects that he knew about, he couldn't even talk about it. Thomas was his father's lab rat. Thomas hates his brother. Thomas hates his father. And every single living moment of Thomas's life seemed to be spent upon how he was going to get even with Stephen, and how when somebody that's the person you love or the person you should protect with, a father figure, tells you that you're no good, you're nothing, you're never going to amount to being a pianist, you're never going to be anything. Tommy lived with that 24/7 until the time he realized he could go out that door, okay? And when he realized he could control the narrative from the hotel room, that was Tommy's freedom. Tommy never wanted to be home. Tommy was desperate to invite every person into his life over at a motel or over at his room. He didn't go to Tommy's house. There wasn't any house to go to, so to speak. It was locked. There was nobody home. He was full of shit. And you knew it from the minute you talked to him, and everything was about him, and there'd be no way to know then the monster that was brewing through the mid-'80s. There is the Wonderland murders. There is a shooting in Topanga that I'm involved with. There is some people that were questioned by FBI, CIA, DOJ about why Thomas was renting a room in a place just a few weeks earlier by the guys who were alleged to go commit 4 murders, and Tommy was never once questioned. How come Tommy was never questioned about Howard Gottesman's murder? And if you look up Howard Gottesman, he was cut to pieces and found in a car, and the people that he was dealing with a week earlier was Thomas Schoenberger, another individual I won't mention because this guy is still in business. Well, put it to you this way, when Thomas comes to everybody with money, food, hotels, giving hundreds of dollars away in the early 80s, and talking about a guy named George Soros that he met, that he's working with, and all he wants him to do is like little things, go meet people, go talk to people. I didn't know who George Soros was in 1980. In my guess, Tommy's well connected, and we can get into why, because he's never in trouble. I met him at Google separately. There's a lot of things that there's no way he would have been into without having somebody bring him there. How come Tommy was never questioned about Howard Gottesman's murder? Well, put it to you this way, when Thomas comes to everybody with money, food, hotels, giving hundreds of dollars away in the early 80s, and Tommy was never once questioned. And Tommy was never once questioned. And Tommy was never once questioned.
In the war on drugs,
they are a necessary evil.
Confidential informants are vital. Police claim these cooperating criminals give them the edge.
Working as an informant basically means that you're providing information to the police in exchange for some benefit to you. If your identity is kept secret, we call that working as a confidential informant, or CI. Informing for the police can help you work off your own charges that might lead to a dismissal of your case. And then, of course, sometimes informants who provide information to the police leading to successful arrests and prosecutions simply get paid money.
23, he's out of the house. He's putting together this band called Turnstile because Tommy has connections over at the Starwood. At that time, the Starwood was owned by Eddie Nash. time, the Starwood is owned by Eddie Nash.
Here's adventure. Here's romance. Here's O. Henry's famous Robin Hood of the Old West, the Cisco Kid.
Here's my boy. Nash, meet Mr. Butler. How do you do?
Why, Helen, I thought you were going to ride the race. Oh, no, I changed my mind. This is my jockey. Are you ready, Cisco? All ready.
Arguably the largest fence in California. He's also involved in heroin, cocaine. The underground stuff was his porno stuff and his connection with John Holmes.
Look, Eddie used to come to my fucking house to offer all kinds of crazy things to Howard and to Tommy, and neither of them lived there. But you could never find them. But the guy would show up with 2 or 3 big guys, and he'd be like, yeah, I'm trying to find Howard. It's like, yeah, well, Howard doesn't live here. Okay, well, I'm trying to find Tommy. Yeah, same thing. Tommy doesn't live here.
The connection with Howard Gottesman's father, his son was found cut up in a trunk at my house. Tommy is got motels and money. He moves out. People are murdered. Tommy never, ever gets questioned, but everybody knows where he was that night at a motel with a guy that they questioned with being involved with these murders.
This is July 1, 1981. It's 23 hours. We are at 8763 Wonderland Drive.
I moved into a house with this woman who was a coke dealer, to put it nicely. The two of us rented this place on Wonderland together, and we moved in there, and I lived there for a couple of months, and these other characters showed up who were at least unreputable. And then eventually, through a series of real brilliant moves, the people who were living in the house thought it'd be a good idea if they ripped off this club owner that had all this coke and heroin and money and all this stuff. The weak link in the pin here was John Holmes, who was buying dope from them, friends with this guy up on the hill, and they went and they ripped this guy up on the hill off. It went back, and John Holmes then went back up to the guy on the hill, Eddie Nash, and told him that, yeah, he was responsible. And Eddie Nash sent down his bodyguard, a bunch of other guys with a bunch of lead pipes, and they ended up bludgeoning to death everybody in the house.
There is evidence.
Barbara Richardson, Ron Lanius, Roy Miller, and Benny Deverell, known to their partners and rivals in tandem as the Wonderland Gang, were occasional sneak thieves and semi-successful drug dealers in the late 1970s, early 1980s Los Angeles County. Their miniature cocaine and heroin empire was cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved murder on the 1st of July 1981, leaving all who knew them across Laurel Canyon and Los Angeles at large, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. The first victim of the Laurel Canyon murders and leader of the infamous Wonderland Gang was Ronald Lee Lanius, marrying Susan Murphy, the only surviving gang member at the scene of the Laurel Canyon murders. The second victim was Valentine's Day baby William Raymond, Billy Deverell. The third victim was the leaseholder of the townhouse that ended up being the murder mansion at 8763 Wonderland Avenue, as well as the girlfriend of Billy Deverell, Joy Audrey Gold Miller. The fourth and final victim was not an official member of the Wonderland Gang, but rather a close associate. Barbara Richardson was quite young when killed on the 1st of July 1981. She was dating the aforementioned David Lind at the time, who was also an Aryan Brotherhood motorbiker. The couple took to heavy drug use soon after meeting, and through a complex set of circumstances, wound up as police informants.
And Tommy was never once questioned.
One way or another, I'm gonna win you. I'll get you one way or another. I'm gonna see you. I'll get you one day. Maybe next week I'm gonna meet you. I'll meet you.
Before I was involved, Mark and Todd lived over at a place in Burbank in California. Tommy lived there for a minute and was in love with a woman named Trish. And Tommy ended up losing that woman to Todd. Tommy loses this woman, and then his twin brother, Mark, ends up sleeping with her. So this is kind of a pattern that comes forward years later when I meet him. Kathy Litney lived there, and Mark would come around, and they introduce Tommy as the boyfriend-girlfriend. Well, it ends up that Todd takes Kathy from her, and it's like all over again, so.
Maybe next week I'm gonna meet you. I'll meet you. And if the lights are all out, I'll follow your course downtown, see who's hanging out.
Tommy was the kind of guy who would wait outside Kathy's street all day and all night, waiting for her to come home, to try to catch her, and berate her, tell her how she was horrible or whatever it was. This went on for years and years. Right after the nightmare, I owned that house. It was named the Nightmare because of all the things that went on there. Thomas went his way, I went my way. Many years later, I'm sitting over at Google, and in walks Thomas Schoenberger. And he introduces me to a woman. The woman is Sabal Oz, Dr. Oz's assistant. We discuss some needs that she has, but I have a different company, and that company will get you the information you need. So Sabal didn't need an attorney. She needed someone better or different than an attorney, so I was hired along with another individual. And for a good year plus, I worked for her directly, recovering millions for Ruya, her daughter. Tommy ends up calling me a year later and says, I have a very interesting story for you. It involved the largest art heist in the history of California. That's the Maxwell Parrish robbery from the Edenhurst Galleries. The Edenhurst Galleries were owned by Tom, Dan, and Don. They're just great people. They just were underinsured. They didn't have the right alarm, and so the Maxwell Parrish was stolen. It's still missing today. But Thomas gets a hold of me and tells me that his clients, Tom, Dan, and Don, they want to hire me to do some work for them. So I meet them through Tommy again. As this is going on, Tommy also tells me he wants me to double back to Google and introduce a woman named Linda Barrett, who's the Chia Seed woman, another amazing woman, and introduce them to Anthony at Google, who's in charge of basically buying and preparing for about, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of meals 3 times a day. We had just bought Motorola, so So I get introduced to them, they tell me the story, and the whole story's woven with Tommy not wanting me to tell them too much about our involvement together, but Tommy wants money from them for introducing me to them, and so they end up paying Tommy a set amount of money every month, but I end up working for them for about a year and a half. In the long run, I personally, with my other associates, recovered $20 million in artwork. We got, this involves Josefina and probably the Cabal and probably a lot of other stuff. But Thomas ends up accusing me of not paying him somehow in the middle of this. Josefina, who is Beverly Hills Pawn Star, gets involved with Thomas. And the next thing you know, I have the Cabal make the phone calls to me in Tommy's name, and I better be careful. Threats weren't even getting to me because many years back, I went home and tried to shoot my friend Todd Sessa. I came in the home in a home invasion robbery. I had just gotten black belt at that time. I walked in, saw my friend on the ground, saw a guy with a gun. Not much you can do. Another guy came out of the corner. I took that guy's gun because he was way too close. That was way too fast then. And I shot the guy standing over my friend. When all of this gets into court, when all of this comes out, there are 2 or 3 people here, and Andy Smith, Chris Kelly, Clay Chauvinet, and Hunter Anderson. You see, Hunter Anderson is Adam West's kid. And arguably at this time, Adam West is one of the most powerful people in Hollywood. I kid you not. You may not think so, but Batman in the culture of Adam West's following is insane.
Adam West, who portrayed the show's titular hero, was not living a very family-friendly lifestyle behind the scenes. Both he and his co-star, Burt Ward, lived a life of sexual debauchery during their time on the seminal action program, both on and off the set. Adam was a beloved television actor who became famous for his iconic portrayal as Batman in the 60s. He passed away in 2017 at the age of 88. Due to the fact that their superhero costumes were limiting, the duo found they were often forced to engage in what they referred to as quickies. Adam recalled there was one night where he slept with 8 women at once. Burt was an innocent young man before joining Adam on Batman, and his co-star subsequently introduced him to what the young actor went on to describe as some of the most debaucherous activities the human mind can imagine.
Tom got threats so bad from what happened after the shooting because it turned out that Hunter Anderson was the driver. But we could never pin him, and the courts could never pin him. But Chris Kelly pinned him, who was the guy I punched and knocked his eye out of his head. And Hunter Anderson, Clay Chauvinet, who I shot, and Hunter Anderson was the driver that night in his Volkswagen. We could prove every bit of it, except not enough for the cops in the DA, right? Guess who's involved at the end of the story with Hunter Anderson? Give you one guess. A guy named Thomas Schifferberger. So here I've got Thomas's hand in killings, murders. But this is really weird. He's talking about Soros. He's FBI. You've got the Wonderland murders. You've got the killing of Howard Gottesman. Tommy was selling and getting pounds of coke for Howard through the Columbia.
If you could wash it off, you'd be fine, but you can't.
It's Tracy Lords starring...
Tracy's breakthrough, her first legitimate film, was science fiction spoof Not of This Earth, released earlier this year.
Shared paranoia doesn't exactly make us large brothers, Jeremy.
But the transition hasn't been easy.
It isn't easy. It's been so difficult. Are you kidding me? People don't want me to be intelligent. It would be easier to say Tracy Lords is a bimbo.
Get down there, little man.
Oh, that's my heat seeker. So where are we going?
It's a surprise, baby.
Yeah, I like surprises. Yeah.
Ready?
I'm ready. Go.
We've got the afternoon. You've got this room for 2. One thing I've left to do is to discover me, discovering you. 1 mile to every inch of your skin, it's like porcelain. 1 pair of candy lips and your bubblegum tongue. And if you want love, then we'll make it. We'll swim in a deep sea of blankets. Take on your big plans and we'll break them. This is bound to be a while. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonder. I'll use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Something about the way the hair falls in your face. I love the shape you take when crawling towards the pillowcase. You tell me where to go and though I might leave to find it, I'll never let your head hit the bed without my hand behind it. One love will make it. Swim in a deep sea of blankets. Take on your big plans and we'll break them. This is bound to be a while. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonder. I'll use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Damn, baby, you frustrate me. Well, I know you're mine, oh mine, oh mine. But you look so good it hurts sometimes. Yeah, nah. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonder. I'll use my hands. Your body is a wonderland.
My wife's telling me just, be careful because you got the heaviest back in the world in this. So I'll tell you a story about a young guy named Howard Gottesman. Howard Gottesman's father was probably arguably the porno capital guy that you bought all your VHS tapes from to put your porno on, okay? Heavy duty jobs, heavy duty business, all kinds of shit. Howard and I, we grew weed, we smoked weed, we got weed, we were involved in weed. You know, that was our group. And one day, Howard showed up at my house, had a brand new baby, had a young girlfriend, and there's a knock at my door, and it's Howard, and he says, Rick, I'm in a shit of trouble, I need your help right now. If you knew Howard, he was telling me the absolute truth, so I listened to him and said, I need about $30,000 right now. I mean, like, right now, do you want that? And I didn't have it at the time. And he said, here's what I can do. I thought, all this weed, I'm going to leave it here. You can sell all this tonight or tomorrow and get back as much money as you can. I owe some Colombians for some coke. I'm in a lot of trouble. Not my gig, not my problem, but Howard was my friend. I sold hundreds of pounds a few hours later, and I called him and I said, come get your money. He did. He came, he got his money. But he also came with more weed and he dropped it off and he said, look, we needed something to get for me really fast. Because and this is what he broke down. He said, I'm not sure if I'm going to be alive tomorrow. If I don't get at least enough money like yesterday. And I kind of bitched at him and I said, Howard, you're bringing this to my door. I don't want to deal with Colombians. I don't want to be in this trade. I never knew you were into this problem. And now you've kind of got me into it on my doorstep here. I'm getting bitched after my girlfriend. It's a nightmare, man, right? He leaves. I have another load. I sell it. I have about $30,000 more for him. I call him, he never shows up, Corey. Another days go by, I'm calling him frantically, like, this isn't like Howard. I had his money, he needed his money. We're not talking about $20 here, we're talking 30 grand. In 2 days, another 30 grand, $60,000. And about 6:05, on one of the last nights there, I was trying to reach him a couple days later, there's a knock on my door. I live on Saltillo Avenue at the time. And the reason I'm letting everybody know this is so you can fact check it. I opened my door to two really nice, good-looking, well-dressed, what I thought to be South American gentlemen. One guy asked me my name. I said, yes. Said, do you know a Howard Gottesman? I said, yes. He said, do you have anything that belongs to him, any coke? I said, I don't. He said, okay. And his friend who was behind him opened his little, these guys looked right at Miami Vice, man. They looked good and they were serious. And he opened up a little trench coat style thing. And I don't know whether it was a MAC-10 or a Vallejo or an Uzi. I'm not a gun guy. But this guy had enough threatening hanging to make me realize the next sentence he said to me, he was dead serious. And he said, okay. He handed me a card with a phone number on it, and this will be important in a minute. And he said, if you know where Howard is, you tell him to get a hold of me, you tell him I was here, and you tell him I'll be back. And they left as quickly as they showed up. I turned around and looked at my girlfriend at the time, and I said, pack the house. I went down to Parthenia, I rented a truck, I went and got a couple of the Mexican guys down there, paid them hourly. I loaded my vehicles up. I loaded my new baby up. I loaded my girlfriend up. And I moved everything between that night and the next morning to Central California, to Morro Bay. Okay? I was scared shitless. I looked in this guy's eye. This guy was way too calm, way too cold, way too killer, way out of my league, and I didn't want anything to do with him. And he scared the shit out of me, okay, quite honestly. And I'm trying to call Howard, I'm trying to call his father, I'm trying to call his little brother. Howard can't be found. A few days later, unbeknownst to me, a car was found, allegedly at the corner of Mulholland Drive and Toronto. But technically that isn't correct because it was found in my driveway. The doctor across the street reported it, and it ended up going to a lot. The lot guys opened up the back, found a dead body cut into 4 pieces, and you can imagine who they wanted to talk to. You can just imagine that my name, the first person that was going to be brought in by the Los Angeles sheriff's detectives, whoever it was going to be, because the guy I'm dealing with, the guy that showed up, and now there's a guy dead in my driveway they find in 4 pieces. You can look this story up. Nothing's embellished. It's straight up true. I'm gone, remember? A friend of mine named Bruno calls me weeks later and he says, Rick, what the fuck? So what are you talking about? He goes, dude, there have been detectives, cops everywhere to your friends calling everybody. They're looking for your name. I mean, you're like the person they want to find for this murder. I got a note from a detective by the name of Ted Ball. Ted Ball is about, 6'9", maybe 7 feet. This is the biggest guy I'd ever seen wearing a badge in my life. I got a phone call from a guy that said, if you're not down here from wherever you are in the world, I'm going to come get you. You're not going to like the way I come get you. And I said, you don't have to. I'm 3.5 hours away. I'll be to you in 3.5 hours. He said, you better be. I showed up there. You're going to be honest, you're going to tell a true story, but that's not really how you're treated, because I was immediately grabbed, arrested, thrown in the back, everything about my rights, I was landized, I was going to be arrested for a suspicion of murder. I think I was there 4 or 6 hours, recorded, people coming in and out, people wanting to know different parts of the story. So remember that business card, remember that card that guy gave me with the phone number on it? But I brought it with me, I explained the whole story, explained everything about Howard, explained the money, explained that I actually still had $30,000 of this money. Whatever happened at that moment, somebody in that very higher up at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department walked in the door, and in about 5 minutes I was let go. Everything shifted from I was going to jail, like in about 10 minutes on my way to county to be booked for murder, to Mr. Holiday, we're very sorry that you were hassled. Can we give you a lift home? I mean, it just changed. I don't know what happened. But I do know one thing. I wasn't even out of that freaking Van Nuys department when my pager rang. I had a pager. We had a cell phone. And I called the number back. It was Howard's dad. Howard's dad wanted to talk to me. Howard's dad's a big dude. He's very connected, and I'd known him for years, and he wasn't kind of got to fuck. Again, someone would have come for me no matter what if I didn't go there. So I went to Calabasas up in the hills. I went to Howard's house, knocked on the door. I was grabbed. I was thrown onto a couch. Actually, I was bitten by his dog twice. I had a gun shoved into my mouth. And basically, his dad looked at me and said, and he knows me well. I know him well. We've never had any issues before. This is very unique to me because I never thought I was going to be treated like this. And I'm basically on a couch with a gun in my mouth and a couple guys holding me. And I'm looking down a guy who's just found out his son has been cut into 4 fucking pieces. And the last place he was found was at my house. I got problems. I don't have problems with the police anymore. I now have a problem with an underworld figure that he's going to blow my fucking head off. And he tells me that. Right, just have some emotions. He tells me, if I don't give him the right answer, I won't believe him. We'll be walking. Because my story's true. And he lets me out. And he says, and he's hurting me. They gotta understand that his kid's dead. And he says to me, if I ever find out you never had anything to do with this, I'll come hunt you down and I'll personally cut your fucking head off. And I'm telling you, this guy meant it, okay? My best friend was almost killed. Every position Tommy's ever put me in has been really life-threatening, man. You know, Tommy was one of the guys that was working with Howard. You know, I can tell you part of the story because it involves coke dealers, and it still involves coke dealers, and they're still doing their thing today. I am not in that world, but at that time, Tommy was selling and getting pounds of coke for Howard through the colony. Tommy was selling and getting pounds of coke for Howard through the colony. Tommy was selling and getting pounds of coke for Howard through the colony.
Little feet on broken ground, keyhole, moon and paper sky. Something waits with glassy eyes. Teacup cracks in my small hands. Clock face grin says run if you can. Tiny door in the skirting board whispers my name like a curse, like a chord. Wallpaper peels like shedding skin. Darkness asks me to step in. I touch the knob, it turns itself.
And with the in-out motion of getting completely funked.
One step, 2 steps, floor turns cold and narrow.
Good to see you, Siren.
Portraits, eyes like loaded arrows. Breath slow, head low, always made of sorrow. Every choice I almost make gets stolen by tomorrow. Madness in the rabbit hole. Slip, slip, down I go. Truth bends, neck stretch, hearts fold. Every smile cuts my throat. Madness in the rabbit hole. Queen of shadows owns my soul. I was just a curious girl. Now I'm buried in her world. Falling faster. Skin to stone. Crowded room. Still alone. Cards march past in their painted rows. Ink runs red where the river flows. Cheshire grin in a thorn bush tree says you're not lost. teeth. Roses choke on what they breathe. Every path leads back again, right to where the dark begins. Left is right, day is night. Rules rewritten, it fall. Drink me, eat me. Each bite makes me small. Handshake, bones ache, curtains start to crawl. Every answer that I touch means nothing there at all. Madness in the rabbit hole. Slip, slip, down I go. Truth bends, neck stretch, hearts fold. Every smile cuts my throat. Madness in the rabbit hole. Queen of shadows owns my soul. I was just a curious girl. Now I'm buried in her world. They said it was a dream, but the wounds still sting. Teacups, hedges, severed heads. Sing my name again. Ash on lace and crooked crowns. Laughter dragging through the grounds. Every door I try to break leads me deeper when I wake. I chased wonder, found a war. I begged mercy, she wanted more. I screamed upward, no sky replied. The hole looked back from inside my bow your head, lose your name. All who enter leave changed. Red queen, black throne, even surrounded, die alone. Madness in the rabbit hole. Slip, slip, down I go. Truth bends, neck stretch, hearts fold. Every smile cuts my throat. Madness in the rabbit hole. Still falling, still alone. I was just a curious girl. Now I'm buried in her world. Teacup dust on the bedroom floor. I wake up, but I'm not sure. If I climb out, will she let me go? Or am I just the dream of the rabbit hole? Tick tock, you never left.
Tick tock. It's a dangerous clock.
Get out of here, Dewey.
What are y'all doing in here?
It's called cocaine.
It's called cocaine.
And you don't want no part of this shit.
Cocaine? What's it do?
It turns all your bad feelings into good feelings. It's a nightmare.
I'm thinking maybe I'd like to try me some of that cocaine.
Yannicka, my baby, out drifting red. Hey, baby, I'm better off dead. Cocaine all out my brain. Hey, baby, won't you come here quick? This so
Here in Hollywood, you don't mess with Eddie Nash. He has money, power, and friends in high places. But he is best known for his drugs, which is why 2 days after the robbery, another young man came knocking on his door. A man named Scott Thorson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the star of the show, Mr. Showmanship, Liberace.
Wow! This is my friend Scott Thorson. His first time in Las Vegas. You were incredible out there. Well, this must be fate. surgery on Scott. I want you to make Scott look like this. Oh, I see.
We had homes all over the world. I mean, we had a mansion in Hollywood. We had a penthouse in Los Angeles.
Scott Thorson was Liberace's young sidekick and live-in lover until they had a falling out over drugs and Eddie Nash. But in July of 1981, Thorson was still driving Liberace, at least on stage. Off stage, he had an $1,800 a day cocaine habit, and sometimes he'd sneak away during the shows and head straight for the one place he knew he could get drugs, the home of Eddie Nash.
Cocaine was not that easy to find, especially in some of these cities where I didn't have any connections. So a lot of times I would sneak away and I'd lease a Learjet.
Did you hear Mr. Nash order Mr. Dials to do something else at that time?
Yes, he ordered Mr. Dials to take Mr. Holmes up the street to Wonderland Avenue to get back his drugs.
I found this out years and years later through another person that told me about when Chris Kelly, Hunter Anderson, and Tony Chauvenet came for the robberies. I found out Tommy had a hand in that other issue. And the person is Joy Miller. Joy, her name was on the list there, and Thomas was friends with Willie DeVille. And that's where he rented the room, and I don't remember which floor got shot, one person lived, but Tommy rented a room, I believe, from Joy. I'm just giving you my opinion, I'm telling you some things I know. I know he was at the hotel, and I know the comments afterwards, and then you'll watch. If you watch right after the Wonderland murders, where's Tommy? Tommy was never asked a single question by FBI, by any police officer from the Hollywood division to the LA division to the Rampart division to the CDED to you name it, not one question, okay? He was never asked a question in Howard Gottesman's murder, but there's too many dots here, and I'm not a real, theorist kind of guy. I mean, I think there's something wrong here. There's definitely something wrong. My friend won't sleep with his windows open. My friend won't sleep without his doors locked. He sleeps with a bow and arrow, a machete, but there isn't a day that goes by in his life from 1981, 2, and 3 that he doesn't think about the time that people we went to school with, people we knew, people we trusted, people we associated with, almost killed him, almost killed me. And I hope everyone is dealing with him. Don't get involved. Don't get involved with him in any type of PayPal, any type of money, any type of check scams. Run. Tommy would show up with new cars. He'd have, and when I say bags of cash, I don't mean $1 bills for the strip club kind of money. I mean, Tommy would show up with $3,000. He'd say, does anybody need anything? You guys need some food. He'd come and buy, refrigerators full of food. He'd come and give cocaine, or he'd take people to the clubs, or he'd offering clothes, offering different tickets to places. He was your best friend, but the minute you walked out of the room, and he'd be shaking one guy's hand on the way in, and as you walked out the door, he'd be pandering to 40 people about what we could do to this guy, and look at what a loser he is, and and Thomas' lifestyle was a rental room that he was never at, and he was always in a hotel. Always. You could find Tommy down in Santa Monica or West LA or Hollywood, slumming it up with, right out his door was the Red Light District, man. Tommy dug that. Thomas worked at 2 or 3 clothier stores. But you got to remember, it's back in the 80s, so it's probably $3.95 to $5.50 an hour. I mean, you don't get $3,000 in a new car. The bottom line is, knowing him then, he had way too much money. He bragged a lot about George Soros. He bragged about Hollywood, the connections. Tommy was a thief, man. Tommy stole stuff, and that's how we got to know Eddie Mazzarelli at the Starwood, because he was a fence. So Tommy would always have little gifts. He'd come over to the house giving girls jewelry. But now that it's Tommy's, it's all stolen goods. And
noise, like something like big falls into the ground, and you know, and my family was sleeping in the other room, and then I go up the room, open the door, and I saw like Thomas like completely fucked up, like drooling, falling. He took 9 pills the first time.
Fucking God.
I thought that
Fucking
he was
drug
trying
addict.
to commit suicide. That's what I thought when I saw him.
A woman abusing, drug addicted, overweight, big titty, crybaby bitch, drug addict.
45, I think. But it was a mess.
Thief,
because
liar,
the first night I was like, fucking
connected
Tommy,
to
what's wrong with
actual
you? And
murders
I
and
took the
stuff.
pill from
Like,
him because he
I'm
was
just
sick.
saying.
After like help him up, he grabbed the pills.
But
he was
because
going to take
Thomas
another
is
one.
stupid,
I was like,
and he knows
crazy and
there's
shit, like,
stupider
took it from
people
him.
than him, like David Schurter,
yeah,
he can get
just
the real retards like David to start saying, I'm a murderer, to try to cover for his shit. Listen,
Well, after
3
2
hours,
days,
1 minute
like,
in,
the second day,
we've gotten to a major point here.
was
I'm
taking
sorry
a
you might have
shower
had to
and
wait around the
went out
whole
and
fucking
realized
time
that
to get
Thomas
here,
took,
but
the pills from my pocket while I was taking a shower. Yes.
if you miss anything before this,
Like, you know,
you're
Thomas
probably not
had
going to
that.
understand it, you know?
She never mentions the word addiction. Give me a break, give me a break, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Give me a break, give me a break, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
And this is the lifestyle. We're all 23. You know, we're just, that's sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And Tommy was literally that person. Lifestyle, band, Hollywood, punk rock, you know, and always gone. Tommy went to clubs every single night. Monday through Saturday, Sunday, this guy was at the club, you know. So Saval, besides being Dr. Oz's sister, Dr. Oz Lamont, but Saval, actually, believe it or not, is a princess. And Saval was one of the people that brought out the driverless car. This is a heavy, heavy woman. And I'm personally handed off to her like, Tommy's my handler. Just come into the room, I'm interrupted, I want to introduce you to somebody. And at this time, I'm in a conversation with people that are developing platforms for the Android app, blind apps, apps for Home Depot, Jack in the Box. And I'm pulled completely out of this entire startup discussion. And I'm now meeting with Saval Oz over at Lab. If anybody wants to go on Wayback Machine, you'll see an account on Facebook called Todd the Baptist. Todd the Baptist was created by Tom Schellenberger. I'm not kidding you when I tell you that Tommy received thousands of dollars for doing prophecy stuff and whatnot. Todd never knew about it. Todd Sessa, whose picture he's using, found out about it, called him up, and Tommy ended up giving him some money and placating him and bills and whatnot. You know, if you want to air something out on the internet and cause somebody to say slanderous things, you just go on to any site and say a bunch of stuff, and, you know, you can't prove or disprove it. It's there forever. When I went out with my investigators, I found out that Tommy had written 2 parts of the play. He's playing this person, but he's also playing this person. That's who Tommy is, and it's still happening today.
Supposedly this is recording right now. So it's recording. Supposedly it's recording, but I can't guarantee that. You grew up with, went to school with Tommy, didn't you? You guys were all friends.
Yeah, we went to Taft High School with him. He was there for a couple of years while we were there, and he used to he used to go to this Oral Arts building and play piano for Kathy, and play David Bowie songs and stuff, and she'd sit there and listen.
Wow, okay.
And my brother and I would come to the door and peek through and watch. You know, we were fascinated at that time because we didn't know him, and he really could play. He could play and sing. We played guitar since we were 11. We had a couple of lessons, and then we didn't have the money to take lessons, so we taught ourselves. We'd listen to him play.
Yeah.
And then we'd go in and we'd figure out the songs on the piano ourselves, because we were taught by the ear. We couldn't read or write music in 12th grade, 11th and 12th grade.
Right.
The same thing. I knew I wasn't going to pass. So.
What does that mean, 12th grade? I don't know what that means, and about at what age?
12th grade is when you graduate high school, or it used to be you were 17 or 18 years old.
Okay, thank you for that. Is she still friends with him, or how?
Oh no, she's got some kind of order against him. He can't communicate with her because he caused a lot of trouble for her. I met Tom, I really met him on the bus. I'd see him get on with his freaked out. His hair was all cut, kind of like Ronnie Wood, you know, and Rod Stewart sticking up, and it was dyed different colors, orangish red, sometimes brown, sometimes black. But anyway, it was longish. And this was in like 1977. I got on the bus and he came over to me and he goes, "Hey, didn't she used to go to TAP?" He goes, "What are you doing down here?" And then so he said, "Do you want to go to Hollywood with me? There's a club down there and these bands play and there's all kinds of girls and da da da." So we ended up hanging out. He invited me over to Kathy's house one day, but Kathy lived right up the street from me. I didn't know that at the time.
Right.
I could have thrown a rock from my house to her house in Woodland Hills. And she called me the next day and asked me if I wanted to come over. And I said, "Yeah, I'll come over." And so I went over there. And she proceeded to take me into the Lanai, where they had a bar.
Right.
And she got me drunk and then took me swimming. And then we went in the house and took a shower and had sex.
Well,
so that's how that
these
happened.
things happen, you know.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty good for me. I go, "What about Tom?" And she goes, "Well, he kind of, he's seeing these other two girls." And I go, "What? I thought you guys were..." And she goes, "It's a long story." She goes, "But don't tell him anything." And I go, "I won't." I got on the bus, and he came over to me, and he
So. I mean, do I really? I feel like I don't need to say much. if you went calmly into the storm with me just now, you watched us go into my Google Photos and scroll down. And now they're using, something I posted as a dead man's switch, way before Isaac Cappy was even considering having a dead man's switch. What does it mean? Nobody knows.
goes, hey, didn't you
Why would Assange be quoting Daniel, though?
to go to town? He goes, what are you doing down here? And then so he said,
Oh, of course Thomas has known Julian Assange for forever and ever. Liar, you said you knew me and you don't know me. To know me means we have to, like, talk and stuff. Communicate. Be buddies. Knowing of me? Totally different, Thomas. You've known of Julian Assange for years, is what you should have typed. But you're a liar.
well, you want to go to Hollywood with me? There's a club down there, and these bands play, and there's all kinds of girls, and da-da-da. So we ended up hanging out. He invited me over to Kathy's house one day, but Kathy lived right up the street.
I thought my mic was unmuted, and I explained the entirety when we were going through all the other photos. I'm just not doing it again. But, okay, so all those photos that come from the day I was arrested, right? Notice how they, like, repeat themselves, like, a bunch? I believe somebody had my phone and was trying to send chunks of photos somewhere. Why those specific photos, I don't know. But it's weird for them to get saved in my Google Photos multiple times. As though they're being pulled from somewhere else onto my phone, because my phone had access to all of my accounts. And they stole computers, hard drives, clothes from me. One of those pictures you saw go by, the one I stopped on for a minute, said I love Canes on it, was court evidence. That was admitted as evidence. Which is why they took that suit, that hat, and never gave them back. Because apparently they don't have to give you your clothes back. They didn't get to keep my wallet, though, which is pretty sweet. Don't let me, like, point out fucking notifications on my phone. That was weird. I couldn't tell you. That's been every time I do anything, and it's like, don't trust it. There's no PGP. Sol Liber Primus. That's all. It's my repeated fucking thing when it comes to 3301, when it comes to Cicada 3301, when it comes to the puzzle. The Liber Primus is unsolved. There's nothing new for you people if you never understand that book. Like, why would you get the second book or the third book or the fifth book or the ninth book if you can't even fucking read the first book, you get nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. But you'll also, thank you very much, not hijack something that's not yours and try to turn it into monetary fucking gain for yourself, Thomas. If I have anything to do with it. And you know this, which is why you don't include me in the majority of your shit. Why you thought it be fucking pertinent to add me to your witness? Bro, listen, it doesn't matter. They call me to court, you're burning. You're going to burn.
He called me the next day and asked me if I wanted to come over. And I said,
You know, Thomas, if I'm ever included in a court case against you, you lose, right?
She proceeded to take me into the lanai where they had a bar.
Right.
And she got me drunk and then took me swimming.
Because this video will be submitted as evidence. And I will demand that the judge and everyone else involved has to watch all 6 fucking hours before everything's said and done. And I promise you, they're going to be entertained. Because if I was just listening to testimonies and all other bull, I wouldn't be as entertained as with Patrick Starr in his underwear yelling about how special he is.
Was she ever in any?
I think she ended up being a hostess over there. There was a director named Richard Cola, and he was gonna do it was Battlestar Galactica.
Oh my God, Battlestar Galactica! I went to Battlestar Galactica as a kid.
He was doing that, but he ran the budget way up, and they fired him. He fell in love with Kathy, and then he got her some jobs in the industry.
Right.
But Tommy caused trouble for Kathy and me because he's downed out, you know. He wouldn't stop bothering her, calling. Yep. It was a phone thing.
That's something that's happened to a number of people. Right.
Yeah, with him, huh?
Yeah.
I almost had to do it. I told him, I said, if you don't stop calling me and messing with me, because he'd call my mom, and she was very sick. She had a heart trouble and stuff, and he'd tell her all these lies and try and get us in a fight. And I told him, I go, Tom, man, you're blowing it. I said, you got to stop calling or I'm going to get a restraining order against you. And then he never called again.
I mean, I have a weird possible way of finding a post with me saying that.
This, somehow you managed to keep in touch, is that right? Like he...
Try this, hold on.
See, I didn't talk to him for years, and then all of a sudden he shows up. How did I get a hold of him? Somehow he got a hold of me. He called.
See, me and Jay Anon have our moments. He replied to me, you brought up Q. You obviously don't know much about it, or PGP. That's fine. I said, I'm beyond educated about 3301, Liber Primus, the Cicada 3301 puzzles on 4chan, as well as the fake Cicada 3301 LARPs ARGs that still run to this day. And you will never be anyone to listen to about any of it. As I said, tell me more about Q, Jay.
Yeah, Tom used to drink quite a bit. And then he got into...
Good luck, 3301, begin PGP signature. Lie all you want. Check comments for fake Cicada 3301 ghost. You asked my opinion, then proceeded to spurg in an attempt to prove you were right about PGP with Bitcoin math, all while ignoring what I was saying about a group having the private key, not multiple private keys.
Was getting
Yeah, and the only evidence says solve Liber Primus, yet you want to argue who has a PGP. See, I've got proof of me arguing with Jayanon on Twitter right here about a fucking PGP. And for you to act as if you're the only person who had the private PGP key is silly. Fake Cicada has never had a PGP, just scripts others to pretend for them. Here is an article to help you realize anyone can spoof PGP, and it's possible since the 20-teens.
And so was Kathy. They were all hooked up in the porno business.
In the what business, sorry?
In the porno.
Oh, really? Oh, now this is really interesting. Was Tommy also involved in the porno business?
Not that I know of.
Oh, but I don't know what I'm talking about, right, Jayanon? Right? You sure shut the fuck up once I shared that. Stupid. You don't D-wave like I D-wave. That is another reason why PGP keys were used, because we knew that Thomas or other individuals like him, there could be a chance in the future that they would want to co-opt and take this movement over for themselves. It's too easy to trace back to, privacy being the main issue at the core of PGP insecurity in the first place, hence the RSA message not being believed by many to hold any water nor anything sense without the PGP signature. Defenga 6 years ago's plea learned that Ian Murdoch was the PGP key holder and is dead now. School's out, and you PGP trolls are a tiresome bunch. Never understood what Cicada was about. PGP crack version 0.6 by Mark Miller. Copyright C. Mark Miller 1996. PGP is not safe enough for Cicada 3301. Only logical answer is it was never their PGP. TS would have used it all the time. In the time they have been faking shit, they could have cracked and been using it. Solve Liber Primus, Thomas Andrew Schoenberger, LOL. Bro, he likes cat treats. These are honest questions people need to ask. Don't take it as an attack or inquisition. Funny how Q could post on the trip and remove B's post, but Cicada can't. Yeah, PGP get people killed nowadays. That's why Cakes was made. And bitches love cake. TS rapidly changing claims lies about PGP are funny at best. My focus isn't on 3301, just that these lies allowed to fester or what baits people into TS's nonsense in the first place. None of it's true. Fake Cicada is not Cicada 3301. Obviously. Yeah, obviously, Jayanon. That's why it's literally labeled Fake Cicada. You fucking idiot.
So he was a full-on cokehead.
My issue is that saying Ian had the PGP or Cicada 330 doesn't have a Twitter isn't exposing anything, Daniel. It's enabling the Fake Cicada crew's lies. These lies led to Fake Cicada targeting victims who don't know any better. The truth matters. You're absolutely right. The truth does fucking matter. So stop lying, Jana. That's the guy who claimed to be one of the 7 founding members of 3301. But he refuses to PGP verify, so I figured it was an elaborate false path. This was several years ago. Replying to me. If you are blocked by any of these accounts, add a like. Bonus points if both of Thomas's above accounts blocked you. That's the guy who claimed to be one of the 7 founding members of 3301, but he refused to PGP verify. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'll tell you what the name of that other thing was.
That's their Twitter account verified by PGP multiple times. When?
Xanax.
Exactly.
Xanax.
That's what he was into.
Oh my God.
You act like one person had the PGP with a lack of understanding why PGP is used otherwise. Tack anyone? PGP begin by running sudo apt get install GNU PG2. I actually don't know what streams or accounts or grifters he means. I personally have never taken one penny on the internet ever. I simply care to discuss this exactly this. Why would Ian have the PGP? Who really has the PGP? Has it been used since Ian's death?
The Sheikh Salim.
What?
The actual Sheikh.
Well, see, Janon.
And he was his
How could there be? It's called spoofing it.
Contributor, donor.
Why did he?
It's really
contribute
as
to 'em?
simple as spoofing it.
To help him with, he helped.
Upcoming 39C3 talk on December 27, 2025, titled GPG Fail, disclosing practical vulnerabilities in GPG implementations like parsing errors, not core cryptography. Cicada 3301 fans will see this, still not understand, and claim PGP has vulnerabilities and is unsafe. It does have vulnerabilities and is unsafe. It is known that a 32-bit PGP can be spoofed. The Cicada 3301 PGP key is a 4096-bit key, which would take far too long to spoof. It could be spoofed. Don't you think we'd see more faked signed messages?
Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah.
You would think.
There was a temple. There was a.
Marcus Wanners was offering a reward for anyone who could spoof a signed Cicada 330 PGP message, which is funny, right? Because Marcus Wanner worked, got into the original stuff. Now, why would Marcus Wanner, who held the trademark for Cicada 3301 until it went defunct just recently, want somebody to spoof the PGP signature of Cicada 3301, considering he and the other people didn't have it.
By the other people that he met after.
You know what else happened February 3rd, 2016?
There was a lot of time when Tom wasn't around.
All my stuff got my computer, my hard drives,
Stories and stuff like that.
everything.
But he was actually dabbling in black magic and all kinds of weird shit.
Because there's this weird.
I think I scared somebody is what happened.
You know what I'm talking about?
And they tried to take me the fuck out, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And they're still to this day trying to get me to self-delete myself, and that's not going to work either.
Oh, really?
And then he would give him stuff.
Crypto Anomaly, did you ever claim the reward?
So Tom would go to a party. He'd get invited to like an Elton John party or a.
Don't tell anybody.
He was really good with people, you know.
Yeah, gotcha.
I mean, he could start a conversation with anybody.
Right.
And get you to believe him. The people liked the way he looked. The girls liked him. The guys liked him. So he'd get invited to these big houses and stuff. And I think he was staking them out.
Oh.
And then these other guys would go rob them.
We all knew PGP was backdoored, right? So why does a splinter group keep insisting PGP is the only way to authenticate Cicada 3301? Wonder who they are really working for. But the music carries the creator's psycho-energetic signatures that cannot be faked.
I think so. That's.
Oh, Ghosted. 154. Oh, post is unavailable.
One time. I went with him and a guy named Kenny Lewis.
Right.
And we used to call him Ziggy. And another guy named, I think his name was Ricardo. No, I'm not sure what that guy's name was. He was older.
And this is the level at which those satanic pedophile Nazis that call us PGP Nazis, because, like, you're not going to prove it to me. I also know it can be spoofed, so even if I see something, I'm going to double check it. The fuck? You know what I mean? Like.
And I didn't have anything on me, and we all got thrown in jail down there.
Quote Circa 2008, attributed to Bruce Cooper Clark Jr., former CIA deputy director. Method of spoofing PG messages exists. The crypto system, backdoored by three-letter agencies. Its authentication functions exploitable by command line spoofing. Cannot be trusted. Cicada 3301 founders knew this prior. So they put forth a decoy duck false path challenging solvers. Augment thus a splinter faction.
He had a bag.
Be an article of faith when this Erroneous belief aids those who violate privacy. Pretty good privacy, open source software developed in 1991 to encrypt and digitally sign messages and data. Laudable goals, privacy authentication, may use hashing, data compression, symmetric key and public key cryptography, several supported algorithms, compare RF4880, but backdoors exist that are known to government agencies. And that's really all I'm gonna scream about. And now we're getting to a point where, like, yeah, everything's got backdoors, and you know this.
In 84, he married a lady from the Middle East, and she was his wife for quite a while. They had a son.
Yeah.
And he could speak that language. He never spoke in front of me that I can remember.
Right.
But I just know that.
Ready? And then here you go. And that's why we, and by we, I don't mean the people working on Sevens Exposed in 2017, put out a PGP message saying exactly that in 2017. It isn't supposed to be connected. So you, the we, who control the fake Twitter account, see, some of you people are fucking dumb. I'm not dumb.
Wow.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, and I've even made it easier for you to go research.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Being able to get over here, being able to get, and I figured that all out. Because he told me one day, he goes, I'm not really in love with her. And then I thought about it, and I thought, oh, this is one of those arranged marriages where they
Yeah, I know. At the end of the day, it's just fun. This is a comedy channel. Do you just believe everything I'm saying? Because I warned everyone not to do that. Don't just believe fucking people on the internet. Go fucking research it. Look into it.
Did he live in Venice Beach for a while?
Venice Beach. I'm not sure if he lived in Venice Beach. I think he lived kind of everywhere down, kind of like I did. He lived in a real famous old mansion that was on Crescent Heights Boulevard that goes over the hill there.
That's Errol Flynn's old house, isn't it?
It may be, but there was a bunch of people that lived in this house. Musicians.
And Aiken, you should understand, I just really like fucking with Jan-On.
We drive by it, and he would say, I used to live there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, when did I get back on the internet? 2017.
I've never seen a guy
But I digress.
famous just because he plays guitar on Venice Beach.
Oh.
And he rides around.
See, I was lurking for a while, just watching around, until Defengo, Lestat, and Bobby were getting ready to expose Thomas, and I said, fuck it, I'll join.
No.
And I completely doxed myself. And the court case gave my side of it. Here we are,
Exactly what you're talking about.
where the only thing they can say is the shit that was proven not true in a court of law.
Yeah, how the hell did Thomas get to know so many people?
He would go out. You know, you go out at night, and all the people go out at night down there. I met that guy a bunch of times. I forget his name right now, but I'll tell you something about that guy.
Yeah.
He could dance, and he knew ballet, and I watched him at the Whiskey A Go-Go. I watched him jump up in the air about 9 feet and do one of those spinning back kick things.
Harry Perry.
About it is he spun around 3 times and kicked while he was in the air. And he went over these people's heads like it was nothing.
Hoping to promote a dream somewhere along the way. They're rolling through the streets, looking for a disco, passing up the treats from a kid named Cisco, trying to make connections with their bluish blue complexions, and just as fate would have it, ended up with Sunset City. Sam was selling watches from a suitcase on a TV tray. And Lucy and Ramona were trying to figure out if he was gay. The three of them were standing, staring at each other, when the light behind their eyes blew each other's cover. The ancient code was branded, and each of them was handed a ticket to their kingdom, 'cause they saw their brother Sunset Sun.
Yeah, that is amazing. So Thomas was actually a friend of his, and they hung out.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I remembered the guy's name. That was the guitar player that died. Oh, he was Randy Rhoads.
Randy Rhoads?
Yep, we used to party with him, and I used to go and I used to date his girlfriends that were in the business, in the porn business and stuff. And Randy Rhoads, we partied with him at the Starwood. But Thomas,
I mean, sometimes you just gotta ask questions and you'll get so much information, you don't know what to do with it.
that he could play. And
Why not just get on a thing and play? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why not just...
I don't understand. Here's the thing I do know.
Yeah.
Is that when you do a contract with somebody, a musical contract with somebody, like I knew Bobby Kimball from Toto.
Right.
And you're not supposed to play anything unless you're getting paid. Tom wanted to do this thing where I went over and did this Baptist thing and baptized a bunch of people and stuff.
I looked you up the other last night to see if I could find you on Facebook or anything like this, you know, and
I'm not there.
But there is a Facebook called Todd Lee Sessa, and it's got,
Todd Lee Sessa. Yeah, that's Tommy made that up.
Oh my God! So that is a fake. I am so glad I didn't try to get a hold of you through that Facebook.
Because you would have got a hold of him.
It's really weird. It's got all this stuff about like it's got a couple of posts about that look like religious nut posts, right?
Yeah. He was trying to make me look like some kind of zealot, kind of look like a Todd the Baptist thing. I really have no recourse or no way of calling and stopping that.
Yeah.
All I know is that when I asked him, what'd you do with all the Todd the Baptist stuff? He goes, I sent that off to China.
So...
And he does a lot of business with the Chinese. Once he does send it to them, they can't trace it back to him. So all the Todd the Baptist stuff and all that, okay, the recordings of me talking, have you seen those?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, that's on YouTube.
Really?
Look up some of that stuff. Okay, I used to make predictions, and I made like 300 of them that came true. Look under Todd the Baptist.
With 2 Ds or 1 D?
2 Ds.
Is that your site or is that his site?
That's his site. I mean, it's
found it.
Made it
I
up,
found it.
but it's me talking. talking?
I found it.
Okay, did you see, okay, am I standing there with a, do I have a mask over my
You've
face?
got a mask
like one of those breathing masks?
Deadly Fukushima radiation is the title of that vent.
Okay, and it shows me holding a mask over my face?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, he took that shot in my bedroom with the flags behind me. I still have one of the flags hanging in my room. And he goes, we need some props. And he goes, take that mask. Well, that's a painting mask.
So he was picking your brains for prophecies.
Yes. Well, he had a Jesus. He had a YouTube Jesus site too.
No. Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, there's one called the YouTube Jesus.
Hi everyone, YouTube Jesus here. You know, I used to tell Judas real estate was about location, location, location. But after seeing what's going on in California, I have changed my mind. Now it's about relocation. On March 11, 2011, an earthquake in Japan caused a tsunami. Even more importantly, nuclear power plants were impacted, sending 2,500 metric tons of highly radioactive sludge to California's pristine beaches. The experts claimed that no nuclear debris would hit California. Wrong. The experts said that sea life would escape radioactive contamination. Fail. The experts work for the banks, and the banks...
Anybody else wondering why Jesus' eyes are so far apart? Little Greta Thunberg fetal alcohol syndrome going on with you, sir. Oh!
Use the real estate shills as their apostles. Would I lie to you?
He was still pretending to be a mate around about that time, wasn't he?
Right, right. And I hadn't seen him for a long time.
Yeah.
And then Rick hooked back up with him.
Gotcha.
And then he came around and started. He came around and wanted to do. I think he was just probably he liked. I had the look that he could use, that he wanted to use in that Todd the Baptist thing. You know, what's interesting, I just realized something.
Yeah?
Yes, I have a telephone that he gave me, but then it had the Todd the Baptist stuff in it, and then I found a bunch of his old communications with people in it. Oh yeah, this is the key to your puzzle. When I got into the phone last time, which was probably 2 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago, it had him talking to all these people that you're talking about. Well, there's every other connection that he had. There's people. There's the names and the people. So, and they're talking back to him.
Yeah, that's because there'll be text messages, won't there?
I think so. We lived together up in Berkeley.
Right.
And so you're talking about the later stuff.
Yeah, the later stuff. Yeah, I'm talking about the later stuff when he was coming around 2011, 2012.
Yeah, 2011, 2012, right?
Right.
Yep. No, he wasn't living with me. He was living up in San Jose, or whatever that is. Right near Napa, up near Napa, something like that.
Did he get hit in the head or something? He talks about being hit in the head, having an accident. Does that ring a bell?
Oh, that was a fight. Right, okay, that's when it turned on the music sprig in his brain. That's the story that he wrote about himself when he came out with the music that children listen to help them their mathematics and stuff.
Gotcha.
Okay, and I had those 2 tapes. I don't know if I kept them or if I threw them away. He gave me.
So it was a story he made up.
Yeah, it was a story, but the story is true. My brother and he got in a fight in Barrington Hall.
Oh.
Yeah, they were drunk, and Tom pushed my brother into one of those radiator heater things on the wall.
Gotcha.
And it hurt him on his back, and so Mark jumped up, and Mark's real fast. There was a boot,
Yeah.
a high-heeled leather boot laying within reach, and Mark picked it up and smacked him in the head with it. And then I had to hold Tommy's head together while we went to the ER.
Oh my God.
And he's bleeding, and I'm holding his head the whole way. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And after that, supposedly it turned on a sprig of all this music that came to his head, came to him, and he could play anything.
Right.
He was good at slot machines. He and I went to, okay, we did get together one time during those later days.
Right.
And he took me to the Shumash Casino.
Shumash.
Yeah, Shumash. And he sat down at one of the little bandit things where you push the buttons and
Yeah.
it goes up to a certain point, and then if you go past it, it's a bust, and you have to bow out and try another one. Well, I could tell that he had played these machines before. He knew that these two special machines, because he waited for the girl to leave to sit down, and he played 2 at the same time. And what he did was he moved over and he goes, here, play this one. So I did. That day I won $333 on those machines.
Wow.
I think he had a habit.
Supposedly he used to travel a lot to Europe. But I think that what that meant is he travelled a lot to the Middle East. Do you ever recall him going over...
He told me one thing, and, you know, it was supposedly for some kind of military thing.
Right.
He was breaking codes and stuff. Okay, supposedly.
He was a code breaker. Right.
That's how he got into the military. That he was a sniper at one time.
He was what? A sniper?
Yeah, well, eventually I found out that it was his friend that was the sniper. I guess he was the other guy that would hold the other equipment, you know? And that his friend got shot.
Do you remember his friend's name?
In front of him, and he would go and visit his friend's wife on Christmas, or on his birthday, on the guy's birthday, and bring her things, and she gave him all her husband's sharpshooter medals and stuff like that. Well, he showed me these medals at one time, and he goes, yeah, I have like 31 kills or whatever, but I found out later that, or I made heads and tails out of it, and found out that those must have belonged to his friend.
So you're saying that Thomas actually was claiming he was in the military?
Yeah.
Like actually serving, like a veteran serving?
Yeah.
When was this in his life? When was this? Like at time?
We couldn't track him down, and we didn't know where he was.
So the time when he'd disappeared.
Right.
Did he say where he was? Where he served?
He told me that he went over to Kosovo and those places during timetable fit and everything.
So
during the time when the Soviet Union, they were having problems over there.
So he was a sniper spotter in Kosovo.
I think that's what it was.
And his friend got shot, died. His friend died.
Got shot right in front of them. They were hiding. They were shooting at other snipers, and he was smoking a cigarette, and they saw his light. And what happened was the bullet went through his friend's mouth, and one of his hot teeth landed on Thomas's neck and burned him.
So Kosovo.
I think it was Kosovo. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
But he said he was actually. Like, have you ever seen any sort of like proof that he actually served himself? Like, apart from his friend's medals?
I didn't see proof. He was going to give me all those medals and stuff.
That sounds weird.
He never ended up doing it.
You wouldn't give that away.
I kind of half believed him.
You're right.
Because he used to make up stuff.
Yeah.
For attention.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he used to take other people's stories and meld them in with his.
Yeah, well, it kind of like feels like that, but there might have been a half truth to it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there was some truth to it.
You know.
And the fact that he would go and see this lady after her husband died and stuff, there was something there. It was his partner in some way.
Close your eyes and forget all about us tonight. I don't know how to love him, what to do, how to move him. I've been changed, yes, really changed. In these past few days, when I've seen myself, I seem like someone else. I don't know how to take this. I don't see why he moves me. He's a man. He's just a man. And I've had so many men before, in very many ways.
You're literally the best pianist that I've ever seen.
I'm thinking of bring him down? Should I scream and shout? Should I speak of love?
Oh, blast!
Things out I never thought I'd
Well, hello, drug addict.
Don't you think it's rather funny? I should be in this position. I'm the one who's always been so calm, so cool. No lover's fool, running every show. He scares me so. I never thought I'd come to this. What's it all about? Yet, if he said he loved me, I'd be lost, I'd be frightened. I couldn't cope, just couldn't cope. I'd turn my head, I'd back away. I wouldn't want to know. It scares me so. I want him so. I love him so.
That's all, folks.
All right. Listen up. My friend. Yeah, you. The one who has no idea how dangerous you actually are yet. Welcome to the part of your story where everybody thought they had you figured out. And then you
I
did
just
this
had myself
shit.
muted though.
You know what's funny? They really
And my
believe
favorite
you
part
stay
about it,
exactly where they
being
left
muted
you.
when I'm saying stuff,
Seat,
it may or may not matter, is
same script.
bitch, learn to read lips and you'll know exactly what I said.
Character in your own life.
It's an awesome trait to have.
Behind your back to discuss the limits of your potential.
I don't have to hear you say anything. I can.
They sat in group chats, in little secret calls, in rooms you weren't invited to, and they said things like, they won't do anything. They're too soft. They'll never find out. Even if they do, what can they really do? They built a whole universe of lies behind your back, and the punchline is that they never once considered the version of you I'm talking to right now. Because this version of you,
Amen.
oh, this version is a glitch in their little system. Let's break it down, because you need to really see what happened. You didn't just get betrayed. This wasn't some casual, oops, my bad. This was planned, structured, coordinated. They studied you. They took notes on your insecurities like they were prepping for an exam. They clocked your kindness and labeled it weakness. They watched the way you second-guess yourself and marked it leverage. They knew where you'd hesitate. They knew where you'd overthink. They knew you always try to see the good in people, so they weaponized that against you.
Yep.
You were never overreacting. Your gut wasn't lying. The energy was off because the intentions were off. They weren't busy. They weren't confused. They weren't bad at communicating. They were plotting. You ever notice how they only suddenly check on you when they need information? Hey, how are you? You okay? Nah, you don't care. You're just data mining. They needed updates. They needed to know if you were starting to catch on. They needed to track your emotional state like a stock price. If you were too confident, they'd subtly knock you down. If you were too happy, they'd remind you of something painful. If you had an idea, they'd laugh at it, then go copy it somewhere else. And behind your back, they sat there saying, "Don't worry, they'll forgive. They always come back. They won't leave. They need us." That's what they planned behind your back. To use you, to drain you, to stretch your loyalty until it snapped, and then blame you for breaking. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You found out, piece by piece, tone by tone, look by look, silence by silence. You started connecting dots. You started replaying conversations. You started noticing how you always ended up feeling smaller after dealing with certain people. You went back through screenshots. You remembered words. You remembered how they laughed when your name came up in the wrong room. You remembered the jokes that felt a little too sharp. And something inside you clicked. It wasn't rage at first. It wasn't revenge at first. It was this cold, calm, surgical kind of clarity. Oh, wow. So that's how it is. That's the moment the old you started dying. Quietly, internally, no fireworks, just a switch. This is what they planned behind your back. Then you did this shit. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped oversharing. You stopped sending long paragraphs trying to fix things with people who never planned to fix anything. You stopped volunteering the blueprint of your soul to architects who were only there to demolish. You pulled your energy back so hard, it felt like an exorcism. You started answering slower. You started saying no without writing an essay. You started looking at your phone and thinking, greater than, I actually don't owe you a damn thing. You didn't slash their tires. You didn't key their car. You did something way more violent. You took yourself out of their reach. You didn't burn their house down. You burned the bridge they used to walk into your life and rearranged the furniture. You know what really messed them up? You didn't make a dramatic announcement. No big public call out. No, attention everyone. I am now healing and cutting people off. Speech. You just changed your behavior. That's the scariest revenge in the world. Because now they don't know. Do they know what I said? Did someone show them the screenshots? Do they know I didn't defend them? Do they know I lied? That's it. You turned their own paranoia into your silent revenge. They planned to play you, but now they're the ones checking who viewed their story. They're the ones panicking every time you're quiet. They're the ones asking mutuals, greater than, have they said anything about me? Congratulations. They're stuck in the anxiety they wanted you drowning in. Let's get a little deeper, because this part is important. They didn't just plan to betray you. They planned for you to stay broken after they did it. That was the real strategy. The goal wasn't just to hurt you. It was to damage your self-perception so badly that even when they were gone, their voice would keep talking in your head. You know that one. The one that says, maybe I am too much. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe nobody really stays. Maybe I'm hard to love. That voice isn't yours. That's them. That's every conversation, every eye roll, every backhanded comment, every time they shut you down when you tried to shine. They wanted to install a little version of themselves in your mind to keep you on a leash, even after you walked away. And for a while, it worked, didn't it? You begged for closure. You replayed everything 1,000 times. You stalked their pages. You compared yourself. You cried silently at night. You wondered why you weren't enough. For people who were never even qualified to stand next to you. But then, you did this shit. You realized their rejection was not an evaluation of your worth. It was a confession of their capacity. They didn't walk away because you were too broken. They walked away because you were too real, too aware, too big for the tiny little world they feel safe controlling. At some point you stopped asking, why did they do this to me? And you started asking, why did I tolerate it for so long? That's when everything got dangerous. For them. Because now you're not focused on their story. You're dissecting your own patterns. You're looking at your childhood. You're looking at what you were taught about love. You're looking at why you keep giving people discounts who never even pay full price for basic respect. You're realizing, greater than I was trained to doubt myself. Greater than I was taught to be grateful for crumbs. Greater than I was conditioned to see my own needs as too much. And once you see that, you cannot unsee it. This is what they planned behind your back. You get hurt. You get confused. You chase them. You apologize. You dim your light. Lower your standards. Accept the bare minimum and call it love, friendship, or loyalty. Then they keep access to your energy, your attention, your time, your resources, without ever having to face themselves. But instead, you did this. You finally chose you. Not the soft, performative, self-love, quote-posting version. The real version, the ugly one. The one where you cry while blocking numbers. The one where your hands shake when you say no. The one where you sit in your room and feel completely alone because you just cut off the poison you were addicted to. The version where healing doesn't look cute yet. It looks like withdrawal. People don't talk about that part. They talk about glowing up like it's instant. No. You glowed up after you sat in the dark and realized, I would rather be alone than surrounded by people who secretly want to see me lose. Here's the thing nobody wants to admit. You scared them the moment you stopped reacting. Your silence. Lethal. Your distance. Lethal. Your lack of access. Lethal. You stopped giving them content. No more emotional breakdowns on call. No more info dumps they can forward. No more secrets. No more, I trust you more than anyone. No more backstage pass to your soul. You didn't just block them digitally. You blocked them spiritually, emotionally, mentally. You built a firewall around your peace, and now they're standing outside like greater than they changed. Good. That was the point. Let's talk about the upgrade, because that's the part everyone sees and calls luck. You took all that pain, and you did not bury it. You recycled it. You joined the gym, or you started a business, or you went back to school, or you focused on your craft, or you started therapy, or you finally launched that page, or you started reading, studying, leveling up. Maybe you didn't do anything dramatic on the outside, but inside, you started rewiring. You started replacing "I'm too much" with "I'm not for everyone." You replaced "Why don't they like me?" with "Do I even like them?" You replaced "I hope they don't leave" with "If you can leave that easily, please do." You replaced "I'll prove my worth" with "If you can't see it, that's your limitation." And slowly, the version of you that needed their approval started dying. That's the funeral they'll never attend, but they'll feel the consequences. Now let's be very clear. This is not about acting unbothered. This is about being done. There's a difference. Unbothered is an act. Done is a decision. You're not pretending it didn't hurt. You're not pretending you didn't cry. You're not pretending it didn't break something inside you. It did. But then you took the broken pieces, and instead of begging them to fix you, you learned how to use those pieces as weapons. Not against them, against your own old patterns.
Correct.
You started slicing through excuses.
Listen,
you started
nothing I do is to be better than anyone else. Everything I do is to be better than myself yesterday.
And now we're here. People are noticing the shift. They can't quite explain it.
I mean,
you look the same, but
maybe
you don't feel
you
the
don't
same.
live that way, but
Your eyes sharper,
I do.
Your boundaries colder, your energy priceless. You're not easily impressed anymore. Someone being nice is no longer enough. Effort is the minimum. Consistency is the standard. Respect is non-negotiable. You're no longer starving for validation, so you're not eating every compliment like it's your last meal. You're not obsessed with being liked. You're focused on being aligned. You're not begging to be in rooms. You are the room. You're not chasing. You're attracting. Because you finally stopped shrinking to fit into spaces that were never built for your full size. And somewhere out there, in one of those little circles, in one of those private chats, your name still comes up.
Of course it
Oh,
does.
they're different now. They're acting brand new. They changed after that whole situation. They think they're better than everyone. Of course, you changed. What do they think growth looks like? You were supposed to turn into this. You were supposed to become someone that the old you would be proud of, and the old them would be terrified of. You're not better than anyone. You're just no longer willing to be worse for anyone. The most savage part of all this, you didn't seek revenge. You became it. Your peace is revenge. Your success is revenge. Your healing is revenge. Your self-respect is revenge. Your refusal to entertain the same chaos is revenge. They expected you to stay broken. They expected you to post sad quotes for months. They expected you to chase. They expected you to keep defending them when people asked, "What happened?" Instead, you shrug and say, "I outgrew it." Do you understand how brutal that is? You didn't label them as your villain. You didn't give them that importance. You just filed them under, no longer relevant to the plot. Remember the title of your little episode here. This is what they planned behind your back. Then you did this shit. This shit is not one moment. It's not one clapback. It's not one post. It's not one conversation. This shit is a collection of choices. You chose to stop explaining your worth. You chose to listen to your gut the first time. You chose to cut off access quietly. You chose to let people misunderstand you instead of begging to be seen correctly. You chose to invest in yourself like you used to invest in people who wouldn't even show up for you. You chose chose to turn your pain into fuel instead of chains. They planned for you to stay small. You chose to become a problem. So here you are now, on the other side of a betrayal that was supposed to break you. Still standing, still breathing, more aware, more dangerous, more intentional. You're not paranoid, you're wise. You're not cold, you're guarded. You're not bitter. You're just done negotiating your value with people who paid in disrespect. They thought they were writing your ending. They were just writing your origin story. And the best part, they haven't even seen what you do next. Because that's the thing most people miss. They really think the story ends when the hurt happens. They picture you folded up on the floor, right? Checking their page, replaying their words, stalking who they're with, all that obsessive, spiraling, late-night overthinking energy trapped in a loop around them. What they never once pictured is you sitting there in that same darkness, eyes swollen, chest tight, hands shaking. And instead of texting them, you open a notebook, you open your bank app, you open a course, you open a plan. You don't announce it, you don't post it, you don't send a threat. You just quietly decide, greater than I'm done being the one who loses every time someone can't handle me. That single thought, terrifying. Because when you shift from, I hope they regret losing me, to, I'm not losing me over them, you change the entire power dynamic of your life. Think about your day-to-day now. You wake up different. The first few days it hurts. Yeah, that ache doesn't disappear just because you got empowered. You still wake up with that little hollow in your chest. You still get random waves where your brain goes, greater than check if they texted, greater than check their story, greater than check if they moved on. And you catch yourself reaching for your phone on autopilot, like a reflex, but you stop halfway. That tiny moment where your hand hovers and then drops. That's you rewiring your entire nervous system. That's you telling your brain, we don't feed that addiction anymore. And it feels weird, uncomfortable, empty, honestly. You used to get a hit of dopamine from stalking their life, from decoding their posts, from watching who they subtweeted. Now there's just silence. And in that silence, this little voice shows up.